fast on the track, and when it gets wet, it's it.
And then all the
And you think of the heat yesterday, that rubber was laying down there. Yeah.
stuff in.
Yeah.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, it's hard to go.
Yeah. You see it all from here anyway.
See, last miss you made on the next the penalty for Noah Raglan. What's that?
Yeah.
Torkin.
Yeah.
Never done it here before. They did. They weren't out last year. These weren't out. What's the call here, lads?
And a big good morning, everybody, and welcome to Whiteriver for round number 4 of the MIT4 and Miami National Championship. We're getting our action underway after some fabulous qualifying sessions this morning here with our T4 Bambinos, and it is Danny Clancy who'll be starting on the pole position. In second then, and he was just pipped at the very end of the session, will be Robbie Lyons. Then third will be Emerson Hannon. Then it'll be Ollie Connolly and Christian Adam to round out the order. Only a 5-kart field here for the T4 Bambinos, but they usually give us good racing action. Of course, they'll have the 1.2 kilometre, 16 corner Whiteriver circuit to face here today. A circuit that has been upgraded quite a lot in the recent past, and one that is loved by these young karters. If you're tuning in on our live stream, or if you're listening along here at the circuit, a big welcome, and we hope you enjoy today's action. This will be a 6-minute heat then for Heat 1 of the Tillotson T4 Bambinos, our youngest racers out here today. They are just gritting up and getting ready to go for the first heat of this morning's action. And now the green flag waves, and we are underway, and it is a good start for Robbie Lyons, who bumps his kart down towards the first corner. Danny Clancy going to look to keep the inside line. And he's not able to. It is a great start by Robbie Lyons. He'll lead in towards turn number 2 and 3. A little bit of squabbling behind between Emerson Hannon and Ollie Connolly. And we have a spinner at the first corner. That is someone gone round. I think it could be race leader Robbie Lyons. They just come into the middle part of the track. There's a little bit of a kerfuffle and only 3 have made it through. And yes, it was Robbie Lyons who took the race lead and then had a spin through turn number 2 and 3. A difficult corner nonetheless, but disappointing for Robbie Lyons. Bit of work to do to catch up to the rest of the field. But Danny Clancy, pole sitter, has quite a large lead now heading in towards the back part of the track on the opening lap here at Whiteriver. Now holding second place is Ollie Connolly. So good start for Connolly. Started in 4th, now up to 2nd already. He'll take that for sure. His first lap is completed, and they are side by side down towards the first corner. Emerson Hannon and Ollie Connolly. Emerson Hannon has that crucial inside line. Ollie Connolly just losing out there on the outside. Good move by Emerson Hannon to promote himself up to 2nd position. Started 3rd, so a spot gained for either of them. And that does confirm it was Christian Adam who was involved in that second corner spin on the opening lap with Robbie Lyons. There was another spin round somewhere for Christian Adam as well, who's just recovering in towards turn 12 and 13. But still Danny Clancy with quite a comfortable lead here to the tune of about 6 seconds. An excellent opening lap for him, even by his standards. Danny Clancy will be looking to win from the pole. Three minutes and 10 seconds to go in this one as Danny Clancy crosses the start-finish line. Fastest lap of the race for him, 1:18.5. Now a lead of 7.2 seconds over Emerson Hannon. Good lap from Hannon. Fended off Connolly and got that move done into the first corner, and now has a nice lead over the leading novice in the field. That is, of course, Ollie Connolly in his first year of racing. So we have someone else gone round at turn 2 once again. Could be Christian Adam. Yeah, it is Christian Adam. Disappointing for Christian. But gets the car going again crucially, and we'll carry on in this one. It's not bone dry out there. There has been spots of rain over County Louth this morning. And there is expected to be spots of rain throughout the afternoon. I think Robbie Lyons has suffered the same fate. Heading through turn number 2 and 3 once again. Those two struggling a tad with that corner, but crucially once again Robbie Lyons gets us back going. Race leader Danny Clancy heading in towards the back part of the track. And Danny just got to bring this one home. Ollie Connolly now gaining a lot on Emerson Hannon and is actually going to make the move in towards the first corner. And Ollie Connolly is ahead of Hannon. So a right old tussle between these two now for the remaining couple of laps of the race. As Ollie Connolly, or sorry, Emerson Hannon, I should say, just struggling up the hill in towards turn number 4 and 5. Ollie Connolly comfortably now in second place and has a little bit of a buffer over the number 106. So, under the minute to go now for race leader Danny Clancy. He's looking to take the first race victory from pole position. Lost the lead into the first corner, of course. Well, Robbie Lyons, unfortunately, having a spin out, handed the P1 position back to Danny Clancy. Here in the Tillotson T4 Bambinos, we have yellow flags for the first sector once again, and it's turn 3. Who seems to be catching them all out. Not for race leader Danny Clancy, who takes that sweeping outside line. Multiple lines through that corner. There's once again Emerson Hannon and Ollie Keneally side by side down towards the first corner. They've been side by side for most of the race now, but once again it is Keneally who's out on top. Emerson Hannon going to have to settle for third here, it seems. And now Danny Clancy just running for the final couple of corners to get ready for his last lap of the race. Clock has struck 0. We'll have one more to go at the line. And Danny Clancy now with well over 25 seconds of a race lead. Ahead of second place Emerson Hannon. And it is still Hannon who is ahead of Ollie Keneally. And it's a bigger gap than what was on the previous lap. So Emerson Hannon pulling out all the stops here, finding a second win late in the first heat of the Tillotson T4 Bambinos. Next up, of course, after this we'll have our slightly quicker T4 minis and a bigger grid then again. They always provide the action. There is no holding back on some of those overtakes. Here comes Danny Clancy then, in through the final couple of corners, and it's been a dominant performance once again from the young man. Scored pole late in qualifying, just about pipped Robbie Lyons, but he's kept it clean, he's kept it concise, and Danny Clancy will take the first heat win here of the T4 Bambinos. Checkered flag waves, and there's a fist pump of delight for the number 105. He'll lead home well 20 seconds ahead of second place Emerson Hannon, who's pulled out another couple of seconds, I should say, over third place Ollie Keneally, who'll come home in third. And here is Emerson Hannon just coming past the pit lane now in the number 106, a second place finish for Hannon. Of course, last time out in the final he scored third, so looking to go one better here in Whiteriver. Then it is Ollie Keneally in third. Robbie Lyons will come home fourth, barring any mishaps in this final sector, and Christian Adam will come home in fifth position. Confirmation then of Robbie Lyons fourth and Christian Adam in fifth. That is our first heat of the T4 Bambinos. Next up we'll have our T4 Minis with Dermot Claridge starting on the pole position, looking to defend his victory from round number 3 in Kildare. This should be a good one for the T4 Minis. Coming up next here at round 4, the MIT4 Miami National Championship. So now it's time for our T4 minis, and Dermot Claridge Jr. taking the pole position for this one. Second place, Harley Brereton. And starting in third will be Jack Miller. Billy Green in fourth position. And that was almost how they finished last time out. It was Dermot Claridge Jr. who took the final victory in round number 3. Harley Brereton in second. And it was Jack Fingleton in third and Billy Green in fourth, with the best novice last time out being Max Cooling. But this should be a good one. A hefty grid of Tillotson T4 minis out on circuit. And Harley Brereton will be looking to get one over Dermot Claridge at the top of the pecking order. It'll be a 7-minute race plus 1 lap for these, as there's a couple of spots of rain coming out on the circuit. That could throw a spanner in the works, but we'll wait and see what happens. In through the final couple of corners now. Into turn 1, it will be Claridge on the inside, Brereton on the outside. So they're heading on to tram lines now, and the green flag waves. We are racing here in Whiteriver. Great start by Brereton in towards the first corner. Is Claridge going to be able to defend? He is. Dermot Claridge Jr. in the race lead and stays in the race lead from pole position. Brereton, though, hot on his heels, right on the rear bumper of that cart, and looking for the move in towards the middle sector. There's a couple of movers and shakers back in 4th and 5th. That's a great battle between Billy Green and Fingleton, and it looks like Fingleton is able to get ahead of Billy Green here. Still Claridge Jr. in the lead. There was one little struggler off the line, but everyone's still going here on the opening lap of the T4 minis. Claridge and Brereton soaring in front here, but there's a right tussle for third, and Jack Miller is involved in it. They're coming back just towards us here in the paddock building. We'll get a closer look at who that is. But Brereton looking for the move on Claridge almost. Down in towards the first corner. There's a little bit of a mistake there for the 2-1-1. That's Jack Fingleton, who's all the way up to third. And we do have a spinner in through turn number 13, turn number 14. That was James Stafford Jr., who unfortunately went round, losing some time, but he is still in 7th. It's Dermot Claridge in the race lead, Harley Brereton in 2nd, then it is Jack Fingleton, Jack Miller, Billy Green, Max Cooling, James Stafford, then it is Cullen McMahon, Varant Kumar then in 9th, and Jay Murphy just rounding out the top 10. Yellow flags being waved in the first sector as there is someone walking onto the grass mound. And I think it could be Stephen Doyle, who didn't complete the opening lap of racing. Harley Brereton now in the race lead, overtaking Dermot Claridge in the back part of the lap, and Jack Fingleton is looking to get involved here. Claridge not showing the same pace that he showed in qualifying, but will be looking to recover. Harley Brereton then in the race lead for PBR. Dermot Claridge in 2nd, then it is Fingleton, and they stay as they were all the way down. Side by side across the line between Max Cooling and James Stafford. Stafford, of course, looking to recover from that opening lap spin. They're trying it all the way around the outside through turn number 2 and 3. That's a beauty of a move from James Stafford. That's a massive lead now for Harley Brereton at the front of this one. One of 4 young Brereton karters, and Harley certainly performing here in the T4 minis. Dermot Claridge under a lot of pressure from Jack Fingleton, who currently holds the fastest lap of the race, but that could all change when Harley Brereton strikes the timing beam this time round. For the final corner comes Harley Brereton, and it absolutely is a fastest lap of the race, and the first T4 mini into the 57s in this race with a 57.7. Confirmation of that position gain for both Max Cooling and James Stafford. Billy Green falling down 2 spots. As there was some good battling involving Cullen McMahon as well, who he keeps his position after being overtaken earlier on in the lap. As Dermot Claridge Jr. still under pressure from Jack Fingleton, but not falling just yet. Harley Burton driving exceptionally at the front of this one. Jack Miller is pushing, looking to try and get on the back of these guys. Number 207. Max Cooling under pressure from James Stafford once again as well, and Stafford almost looking for the move in towards the second corner. Cooling and Stafford both have made places up in this race. Both have made some brilliant overtakes so far. And with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go, a lot of work to do for James Stafford if he wants to get past Cooling in front, who, pardon the pun, is just keeping it cool and composed. Gap between our race leaders, Harley Brereton, Dermot Claridge and Jack Fingleton, closing down a little bit, but if Brereton keeps it clean, you can't see this one being taken off him. With Dermot Claridge Jr. under a lot of pressure from Jack Fingleton in third. As fastest lap of the race for Jack Fingleton that time round. Only 0.2 of a second off Dermot Claridge. Claridge brought it under a second to Brereton in front. It was about 1.1 on the previous lap, 0.8 of a second now. So Harley Brereton keeping it nice and close, or sorry, Dermot Claridge I should say, keeping it nice and close to Harley Brereton in front. As your leading novice in this one, currently Cullen McMahon in 8th place. He's ahead of Harant Kumar. Minute and 20 plus a lap to go in this one. Gap is definitely closing between Harley Brereton and Dermot Claridge. And Claridge now all over the tail of Harley Brereton, who got a little bit out of shape heading through the final couple of corners. And Harley Brereton is feeling the pressure a little bit. Dermot Claridge looking to continue his winning streak after winning the final in round 3 in Kiltorkin. Harley Brereton looking to finally get one over. And now it's right close, heading through the sweeping downhill left-hander, and Dermot Claridge will be looking for an opportunity to overtake sooner rather than later. And now look, he's right close, within a kart length of your race leader Harley Brereton. This could be a great fight heading on to the final couple of laps. We'll have 2 to go at the line. Harley Brereton taking that wide line. Claridge looking for the inside. Claridge can't quite get the outside. Harley Brereton boxes him off. 15 seconds to go, so confirmation of it will be 2 laps. There's a glance over the shoulder of Harley Brereton. He goes defensive in towards Whiteriver's turn number 1. Harley Brereton just about with the race lead, but Dermot Claridge Jr. looking to the outside. Brereton just holds a tight line, and that works out nicely for him. Not giving up any apex here, and just driving smooth. Claridge has done the hard work. He's caught up. Now he has to try and overtake, and his real opportunity will be turn number 13. You can chuck one down the inside in this size of a kart, and that's what Dermot Claridge's aim will be. Up the hill now through the back part of the circuit. Brereton's got all out of shape, and Dermot Claridge Jr. is looking for it down the inside. Last of the late breakers, he's got it done. Great move from Dermot Claridge. Capitalises on the mistake from Harley Brereton, but there's still 2 abreast in towards the back part of the circuit, and Claridge is ahead, but Brereton's still there. Contact made between the 2, and now Jack Fingleton's involved, but he's got a nudge off the circuit, is pushed wide, and Fingleton loses a lot of time. Last lap of the race, and Brereton and Claridge are still side by side into the first corner, and it is once again the PBR man of Harley Brereton who is ahead. Brilliant tussle out on circuit. Claridge thought he had it done. He has to go again and try and make a move, but time is not of the essence here. He has to make it quick if he wants to try and win the opening heat here in the Tillotson T4 Minis. Down the sweeping left. I'll have some lap traffic to deal with on this lap, and that's the last thing Harley Brereton probably wants to see. as he's been handed that opportunity once again. Up the hill they go, and there is 4 carts battling in front. I believe it is Jay Murphy and Kumar who are fighting. And now Claridge and Brereton looking to work their way through. This is going to work out very nicely for Harley Brereton because he's got through the traffic a lot better than Dermot Claridge has. And Claridge is trying to go 4 wide into the final corner. Harley Brereton has survived, and Harley Brereton will come home to win the opening heat in the T4 Minis. A job well done and a brilliant, brilliant fight to start today's action. Dermot Claridge Jr. will come home in second. Jack Fingleton, I tell you what, he was very unlucky there to be pushed out wide for the second final corner, and that took any chance of him going for the win. He comes home in third. Jack Miller will come home in fourth. And it will be James Stafford who comes home in fifth. Max Cooling in sixth position. Billy Green will come home in seventh. It'll then be Varanth Kumar in eighth. Cullen McMahon in ninth. Niatanas Saraniskic in 10th position, and then Jay Murphy in 11th. And unfortunately, we lost Stephen Doyle in the very early stages of that one, but hopefully Stephen will be back with us for the second heat coming up this afternoon. We now move on to the first of our IAMI races here today, and it will be the IAMI cadets. The 2 Dannys fighting at the front. Danny Mulvey and Danny Dempsey will be starting on the front row, but keep an eye on Charlie Blair in third. So now it's time for our IAMI cadets. And what a monster grid of these we have here today. Pole position Danny Mulvey, second Danny Dempsey, third Charlie Blair. Bobby Connolly will start in fourth with Danny Mulvey in fifth. Probably the most Dannys I've ever seen on one karting grid, but we'll save that discussion for later. Last time out, it was Senan McLaughlin, however, who took the win ahead of Danny Dempsey in second and Ian Carey in third. So there is a lot of contenders at the front of this IAMI cadet race, that is for sure. Keep an eye on Sophie Campbell as well, who was running very well this morning. Just got pipped off the top 5 very late in qualifying. So into the final couple of corners now to get ready for the tram lines. Mulvey will have that inside line into the first corner. Dempsey on the outside. This should be a very good one, folks, as they round through the final couple of corners now, and pedal is to the metal. We go racing here in Whiteriver. Great start by Danny Dempsey in towards the first corner, as he is actually at the front. Danny Mulvey's been demoted to the back of the grid for whatever reason, so it is Danny Dempsey and Charlie Blair, who are at the front of this one. Danny Dempsey, your race leader, and Charlie Blair looking to put up with him. There is yellow flags being waved, but they all seem to have made it through. And it's a right tussle at the back of this one. There's cars left, right and centre. They go single file through the downhill sweeping left. It's very difficult to go around the outside there, but you get an absolute reward by the inside line for the next 3 corners if you can just about manage it. Danny Dempsey is off. He's away. It's a great start for him. Oliver Meredith, our leading novice as of now. And Danny Dempsey flying through the final corner into the race lead. Charlie Blair stays in second. Third place still belonging to Bobby Conley. Fourth, Danny Murphy. Fifth is Ian Carey. Senna McLaughlin up 2, as is Sophie Campbell. To 6th and 7th, Ethan Woods and Jack Harney, unfortunately losing out on that occasion. Then it's Ethan Robinson in 10th. It's then Oliver Meredith, Evan McCloughery, Ben Lalu. Then it is Yanis Dobrin, Liam Buckley, Matej Dabija. Then it is Jaden McElhenney, Corey Lyons, Danny Mulvey, Harry Tiley, Ada O'Brien, Oscar Miller. Then it is Tucker Frayne. Rounding out the back of the order, 24 kart grid currently out on track, and there is some looming grey clouds here. These young cadet racers will not be hoping for rain in the remaining 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus a lap. Danny Dempsey still in the race lead, but Charlie Blair is hot on his heels. Oh, we've someone into the barrier, and someone round and into the barrier right at the back of the field. There's been a bit of contact made between two. We'll find out who that is as they cross the line. And I believe it was Matej Dabija and Ada O'Brien who were involved in that one. And Dabija is standing out of the kart, unfortunately. That's race over for him. Very disappointing start to the morning in Whiteriver for round 4 for the IAME Cadet Championship. Fastest lap of the race currently belongs to Ian Carey in 5th position. Of course, always have to keep an eye on Ian. Bit of a dark horse in these cadet races. But still, Danny Dempsey, who's just pushing that kart all the way out for the final corner in the 6:15, still has the lead in the opening heat. Charlie Blair going purple on the last lap with a 55.7. Just a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Danny Dempsey, but quicker nonetheless. Battle going on here for 5th position, and that is Senna McLaughlin, who's looking to make some moves ahead of Danny Murphy. And McLaughlin is up to 5th position now, and will set his sights on Ian Carey, and set his sights then potentially on the podium placings. But there's a bit of a schism between the field, especially back from Charlie Blair. And then it is anyone's game. Ian Carey pushing Bobby Connolly in towards the first corner in 3rd spot. Now chucks one down the inside. He opts for the outside for the following corner. Ian Carey not able to get past. There was a bit of a wave of frustration from Bobby Connolly down the start-finish straight when Ian Carey was giving him a little nudge through the final corner. Some rough racing going on between these guys, but all clean. Good lap on the last lap for Ethan Robinson, who has promoted himself up to 10th position. That's ahead of Oliver Meredith, but Meredith still leading the novice race here in the IAME Cadets. 2 minutes and 30 plus a lap to go. Battle up the front still between Danny Dempsey and Charlie Blair. Battle for 3rd and 4th still between Bobby Connolly and Ian Carey, and that is certainly the closer of the two. Ian Carey almost bump drafting Connolly down towards the first corner. And Ian Carey, is he going to look for the inside line? Connolly's certainly not going to allow him to have it too easily. And Carey is looking to force Bobby Connolly into a mistake. No mistake coming through turn 2 and 3, which is a job well done for Bobby Connolly. He'll keep the lead in the battle for third through the next few corners. Corey Lyons gaining a position ahead of Liam Buckley. Corey Lyons, of course, who's performing absolutely excellently in the RMC this season. He's looking to try and prove himself here in an Miami machine as well. Charlie Blair certainly looking closer to Danny Dempsey. Charlie Blair always becomes a quicker driver towards the end of races. For whatever reason, I don't know, but he always seems to pick up the pace and make some moves towards the end of races. A very, very talented young carter is Charlie Blair, but Danny Dempsey still has the race lead, so the same could be said for him. Ian Carey has now dispatched Bobby Connolly in the battle for third, and Carey in the more purple machine is ahead and in third place. Probably a stretch too far to catch Danny Dempsey and Charlie Blair at the front of this one. Just wants to hold on to that final podium placing and give him the best chance come the finals later this afternoon. Still Danny Dempsey in the race lead, Charlie Blair right with him. Those two have been practically level on pace for the entire race here. 55.5 in the last lap for Danny Dempsey. Blair went slightly quicker, 55.3. So that gap did close down, but we just can't see Charlie Blair able to make a move. 2 laps to go here in this one. There is a side-by-side behind as well. That was Danny Murphy and Sophie Campbell, both gaining spots on Ethan Woods. Ethan Woods setting a personal best on the last lap despite losing a place. So not too sure how that one's worked out for Ethan Woods. Says, we have someone round, heading through turn number 2 and 3. Very disappointing there, as it's not been a trouble-free race for some of these Miami cadet racers. Up the front, though, as they're heading into the back part of the circuit, Danny Dempsey with about 2 kart lengths ahead of Charlie Blair as they're coming towards their final lap of the opening heat. The clock has struck 0. The last lap board will show. And Danny Dempsey still just holding on here, as there is Sophie Campbell looking for a move down the inside. Has got that one done. Yep, Sophie Campbell ahead of Ethan Woods now, up to 6. Bobby Connolly's had some trouble. It was Bobby Connolly who spun then in through the first corner. He's demoted himself all the way down. He's down to 15th now, is young Bobby Connolly. After what was such a promising podium battle, it's going to end quite disappointingly. Danny Dempsey still with a nice lead over Charlie Blair here, and it's looking like he's going to go untroubled to the checkered flag, but we thought the same in the last heat by when Harley Brereton was almost overtaken. And now in through the final couple of corners, Senna McLaughlin has managed to get ahead of Ian Carey, so he will go for the final podium place. And as I say that, I believe Danny Dempsey has actually been overtaken, and Charlie Blair somehow on the last lap has pulled off an absolute miracle here. And yes, Charlie Blair is ahead of Danny Dempsey. And that'll be the win for Blair. So that one has gone very wrong on that last lap for Danny Dempsey. Senna McLaughlin in third, Ian Carey in fourth. As we were looking at the McLaughlin-Carey battle, as I said, Danny Dempsey might take this one. He doesn't, and Charlie Blair steals it at the death. Drama in the Miami Cadets, and that'll bode lovely for the heat this afternoon. So win for Blair, second for Danny Dempsey. Third for Senna McLaughlin, Ian Carey in fourth, and it was Ethan Woods, Danny Murphy, Sophie Campbell, Jack Harvey, Ethan Robinson, Oliver Meredith, Evan McCloughery, Corey Lyons, Ben Lalu, Bobby Connolly, Liam Buckley, Harry Thiley, then it was Danny Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Yanis Dobrin, then it was Ada O'Brien, Tucker Frayne, then Mikolas in 22nd, and then unfortunately a non-finish for Jaden McElhenney and Matea Dabajan. Next up, folks, we return to Tillotson's. It is our T4 Juniors. So now it's time for our T4 juniors, and just to explain to the folks watching at home about the brief delay, you saw on some of the cameras a couple of carts off on the in-lap there because there was a sudden downpour of rain, and we have spinners out of the pits here in the T4 juniors. It is very, very slippy out there. Slippery surface flag is being shown, and it is still raining. Now, the advanced weather systems I have is just looking at when the photographers put their wet gear on their camera. So it definitely is still raining. And it is very, very slippy out there. Will that be a problem for Eddie Summers Jr. on pole? We will find out very soon. Billy Clancy starts in second. Joey Carney in third. Then it is Wesley Brereton in fourth. And this is very slippy out here in Whiteriver. The entire field on slick tyres. And the track still relatively dry, but if it keeps raining at the rate it is, we could experience some problems. The T4 juniors usually get the worst of the conditions on every weekend, and they've been plagued with that once again. Last time out, leader of the novices was Pierre Carnet, the French representative. So keep an eye on him again, as well as other battles amongst the field. Right then, we are side by side. We have carts off on the grass. This one could well be waved off. There is plenty of spinners here, and we don't have a full field quite just yet. And more spinners in through the final corners, and a lot having problems, but we are still going to get going here, and it's a good start for Eddie Summers in towards the first corner. It's an absolute skating rink up there, and Summers runs a little bit wide. It's the slowest you'll ever see carts going in towards turn number 1 and 2 on the opening lap. They're all just trying to skate through here on the slick tyres, and we're almost at bambino pace here in the T4 juniors. And all slidey there, left, right and centre. It's like an episode of the Irish Trip Masters. Just hanging on. They've all done very well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 off that I can see. But the majority of the field has made it through. We'll get confirmation on the timing screen of who we have lost. There's yellow flags left, right and centre. We have one pulling into the pit lane, and I believe that is Nathan Mitchell in the 3-3-4. He has got back out again though. So all still good there as someone's off, heading through the downhill right-hander, almost hitting the wall, just about surviving, didn't get themselves beached. They managed to make the grass. That is a job well done there. But it's still so slow for the final couple of corners. Wesley Brereton is having a good time. He's getting past 1, 2, 3. His second place is round. Heading in through turn 15. Race leader in this one is Joey Carney, who's got away well, but it is shuffled throughout the entire field. Billy Clancy second, Wesley Brereton third. What a start from Sean Dunnigan, who's up 7 positions to fourth, capitalising on the conditions. Ben O'Keefe in fifth. Then it is Robert Crayan Bolster in 6th position, Joey Cairns in 7th, Ava McMahon is up 4 to 8th, Samuel Harris is up 4 to 9th, and Paul Sitter Eddie Summers Jr. is all the way down to 10th position. Joey Carney just so slow with his throttle application, and that's getting him through the corners. We have more spun round, and that is a cork in the bottle, heading through the downhill right-hander, which is a fairly tight corner as it is, especially when half the track is blocked. And this is one of the messier race starts of the day so far, but entertaining nonetheless. Oh, problems for second place, Billy Clancy, and Wesley Brereton has swooped up and is ahead. It's been a good morning for the Brereton family so far, and Wesley is looking to continue that. Billy Clancy just hopping over curbs left, right and centre, just trying to find grip on every ounce of track. He's gone down the inside of Brereton but wasn't able to find it. Brereton just had that outside line, and it was a bit drier there, and he was able to find the grip. Still Joey Carney in the race lead. Not as much movers and shakers on the last lap, but Joey Cairns is up 2 to 6th, Ben O'Keefe down 1. Saoirse McMahon, I have to say, is having a cracker so far, up 3 positions to 8th spot just on that last lap alone. So Saoirse McMahon looking to continue the strong form from Kiltorkin. Drivers getting used to the conditions. We're seeing the speeds pick up a little bit, as that opening lap was certainly Bambi on ice, that's for sure. Wesley Brereton all over the tail of our race leader, Joey Kearney. And Kearney doing a good job. Had a massive lead on the last lap, 2.9 seconds, but whatever Wesley Brereton had for breakfast, it's made him a very good wet racer. Kearney gets out of the final corner well, as we're now looking at the rest of our top 10 finishers. Billy Clancy has had a poor last lap. He's lost 5 positions, down to 8th to just put him ahead of Samuel Harris. Spencer Casey finding a spot on the last lap, as has Adrian Gill, up 2 positions. Tiernan O'Connor has had a cracker on the last lap as well. He's up 5 spots to 15 position. So Tiernan O'Connor recovering from some opening lap mishaps, as we have another spinner around. And just heading through turn 3 and 4, but you could say that for most of the field at this point, as we have someone beached on the curb, I believe, heading through the uphill right-hander. Oh, and it's made contact there, just on the exit of the corner. Someone's drifted wide. That is a hefty bit of contact, and someone has skated all the way up to the grass. And this is a real mess here. As we look at our race leaders once again, it is still Joey Kearney in the race lead, Wesley Brereton in second spot, and we have more going round, so the rain is continuing. And turn number 9, absolutely treacherous, especially with that cart stuck on that curb. Yellow flags being waved. Of course, there's a fabulous LED board system in place here in Whiteriver to alert the drivers of any problems. There is someone now beached in the gravel in turn number 10. There's been a lot of swapping and changing on the timing screen. Saoirse McMahon losing 8 spots on the last lap. I believe she was involved in that collision up at turn number 9. Fionn English losing a spot as well. Eddie Summers Jr., your original pole sitter. And we now have a full course yellow. Full course yellow out on circuit. That is just to recover some of those who are stuck. But it is still Joey Kearney in the race lead as we go under full course yellow. And we've had someone else go off at turn number 9. They're able to recover and get going. Rain is now easing up. Some hoods are coming down, but the wet gear and wet tyres certainly on for our class coming up after this one, which is of course our Miami X30 Juniors. Full course yellow still in place here at Whiteriver with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Someone's gone round in through turn 14, but they get going okay. I believe that was the 329 of Spencer Casey. Unfortunately losing positions there as someone else has gone into the gravel. This has certainly been one of the messier T4 races in recent times. We're going to get a right old shuffle in the results, that's for sure. It'll make things interesting come this afternoon, especially if the sun shines. We should get some good overtaking. And yeah, Joey Kearns, not your race leader, Joey Kearney, having some problems, and he's lost a handful of spots. I believe one of the spinners, potentially one of the carts off in turn 10. And we have more spinners. I think the rain is picking up once again. Full course yellow still in operation. And you imagine it will be for the remainder of this one, because even with the slowdown procedures in place. We're still getting spinners and strugglers. And just as we say that, someone else has gone round. But Joey Carney will be delighted because Wesley Brereton was looking the quicker of the two. He should be able to hold on here. That's if we don't get back racing, of course, that is. Last lap board being shown to our race leader. And the checkered flag is waiting. It was a steady drive from Joey Carney. He just got in front and was able to keep it on the asphalt. Same can be said about Wesley Brereton, although he had his own lap of the gods on the first lap. Just dicing his way through spinners and strugglers, and it was a real strong effort from the PBR man. No mistake now, Joey Carney will be telling himself. He's heading through that uphill corner that's caused so many problems. As Brereton ended up ahead of Joey Carney somehow, but he does let him through. Obviously not allowed to overtake under the yellows, so Joey Carney will take the win here. And it will be Wesley Brereton in second place. Third spot is going to go to Sean Donegan. Ben O'Keefe then in fourth. Robert Crayon Bolster will take fifth position ahead of Eddie Summers Jr. in sixth. And Billy Clancy in seventh. Pierre Cardenay, once again, top novice, in eighth spot. Samuel Harris will come home in ninth, and it'll be Spencer Casey ahead of Hugo Coleman, Adrian Gill ahead of Saoirse McMahon, then Tiernan O'Connor in 14th position. Then it'll be Owen McNamara, Morgan Moore, Fionn English. Then it'll be Richard Iorescu, Ava McMahon, and of Ava Moore, our fellow namesake. Then it'll be Luke Kelly, Kayla O'Sullivan, Nathan Mitchell. And unfortunately, some of the non-finishers, Callum McIntyre, Doreen McMahon, Jack Keneally, and James King. Although there was various lap cars in there, and rain coming down once again, we have more spinners out on track, even as the checkered flag waves. It's going to be a little bit of a recovery operation before we get going for our next heat race, which will be our Miami X30 Juniors, with Ben McCloughery and TJ Taff battling from the pole position. Stay tuned for that one, folks. There'll be a little bit of a brief hiatus on our live stream if you are watching along at home, just to recover some of these carts. But trust me, the racing action is going to be worth it, as it is very heavy rain here in County Louth. So we have Kart engines back running here in Whiteriver after a brief rain delay. Thank you for sticking with us, folks, if you're watching on the live stream at home. This is our Miami X30 Juniors who are out on track now, and definitely on grooved, wet tyres. On pole for this one, Ben McCloughery, of course, who races both the Miami and the Rotax, and he's very good in both of them. Second position for TJ Taff, of course, racing both a real world car and a go-kart, racing in the ICC or Junior Mini Challenge. Third place for this one is Aaron Murphy, finished 5th last time out. Then it is Adam Holmes, who will start from 4th position, and it is the other Murphy, Joel Murphy, who will start from 5th spot. This should be a very good one. It is definitely a wet circuit, but the rain has stopped, and you can just see how much TJ Taff is weaving to try and get temperature into those tyres. Himself and Ben McCloughery almost clunking into each other here, just trying to get something in that rubber before we get ready to go racing. They've all made it through the formation lap, meaning we are ready to go here for the X30 Juniors, and we go racing down towards the first corner. Great start, McCloughery. TJ Taff immediately diving for the inside, but he was forced to the outside, going for that tighter line, and he's down to 4th position here. Not a great start, but there is contact, and Joel Murphy's gone round. There's 4, 5, 6 of them off the circuit, and it's all just about Ben McCloughery and TJ Taff who survive, and Taff is able to get back up to 7th. The local man here from RD is back up to 2nd position. They've all got going again. We've no one beached, we've no one stuck in the grass, and we are heading up the hill for the first time. Still Ben McCloughery in the lead of the race in the 712, and you can see TJ Taff in the yellow helmet, blue and white suit in 2nd position. And it's all changed behind them two. TJ, despite having the worst start of the two, is hot on the heels of McCloughery. So they're rounding in, and TJ Taff dives down the inside, clips the curb on the inside, but that matters not. And TJ Taff, despite falling to 4th at the first corner, is into the race lead here. Ben McCloughery 2nd, Chad Lehman is in 3rd, then it's Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Michaela Hart, Jamie English, James Nolan, Charlie Cosgrove, and Jack McLaughlin, who round out the top 10. TJ Taff on the wet tyres, flying at the front of this field. Chad Lehman running very well in 3rd, now tackling Ben McCloughery. McCloughery exceptionally quick in hot, slick conditions, but struggling a little bit, it seems, here in the wet weather after starting on the pole position. Lehman under pressure from Adam Holmes behind. Of course, your winner of round 3 in Kiltorkin is looking to try and repeat here today in Whiteriver, and he's ahead of Chad Lehman as Lehman bobbles over that curb on the outside, keeps the car pointing the right direction. Michaela Hart looking to jump up the order here. She slides through and is now right behind Aaron Murphy and Adam Holmes and Chad Lehman in that little squabble. Adam Holmes down the inside of Ben McCloughery. He's up to 2nd position, and he has the outside line, so McCloughery is able to get back in front. Chad Lehman looking for the move on Adam Holmes now in towards the first corner of the racetrack, but that's allowed Michaela Hart to sneak through behind as well. Chad Lehman unfortunately losing out quite a lot there. This is a right old squabble for 2nd, which is allowing TJ Taff to drive his own race at the front of this one. Down the inside goes Adam Holmes on Ben McCloughery. This time gets the move done, and he doesn't have to come back and try it again in the following corner. It's now Adam Holmes in 2nd, Ben McCloughery in 3rd, then it is Aaron Murphy who rounds behind Chad Lehman. Michaela Hart involved in that one as well. TJ Taff with about a 4-second lead at the front of this one due to that squabbling. 5 positions gained in the last lap for Tyke Buckley. He's got a great getaway and running strong in this one so far. So is Eric Gilson in 17th position. Although low down, he did start further down, and he's up a couple of spots here. Ben McCloughery losing out to Aaron Murphy. And that is now 2 Oran Henry Racing Machines who are ahead of young McCloughery. Taff still in the race lead. Then it is Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Ben McCloughery, Michaela Hart, Chad Lehman, James Nolan, Jack McLaughlin, Charlie Cosgrove, and Jamie English, who was down 3 spaces on the last lap, unfortunately not having a good run of things. 4.5 minutes to go, plus a lap at what is now a damp Whiteriver. Probably not as wet as it was initially in the T4 juniors, but of course they were all on slick tyres, which made it a horrible experience altogether. TJ Taft battling the cart through the uphill right-hander. And Adam Holmes has his sights set on the race leader, that is for sure. There's still enough time to make something happen. We'll see what their lap times were in the last lap. TJ Taft 103.6, Adam Holmes 103.2, and a new fastest lap of the race for the OHR man. So track drying out, Holmes getting quicker. TJ Taft has the job in his hands to try and keep this gap. Chad Lehman fighting with Jack McLaughlin. Lehman plummeting down the order a little bit here, and he's now fighting with McLaughlin and Charlie Cosgrove. Ty Buckley looking to get involved in that one as well. We've someone off on the grass patch through turn number 1. They've got going again. Looks like an OHR cart. I think it could be Joel Murphy, but don't hold me to that one. We'll see as they come closer to us here in the paddock building. So gap not closing down too much between TJ Taft and Adam Holmes. TJ doing a good job on this lap. Be interesting to see the splits once they cross the timing beam, about halfway down the start-finish straight. Ben McCloughery has picked up the pace a little bit, and he's currently in 4th. So last lap for Taft, 103.4, a lot better for him. But Adam Holmes does go quicker again with a 103 flat. So Adam Holmes definitely the pace setter in late race here for the X30 juniors. Jack McLaughlin losing 3 spots on the last lap after his fight with Chad Lehman, so that promotes promotes Lehman, Cosgrove and Tig Buckley. Buckley up 2 spots, got past Jamie English as well, so he's now running 9th, and it's been a good cut through the field for Tig Buckley so far in this race. Gap definitely visually closer between TJ Taft and Adam Holmes. They ran through the final corner. I would say Adam Holmes took out another 0.4 of a second on that last lap. We will see he took out 5/10 of a second on the last lap. 103.6 for Taft, 103.1 for Adam Holmes. As Ben McCloughery has gone dropping down the order here. Where is Ben McCloughery? He's way down and he's gone off somewhere. Ben McCloughery falling all the way to 20th position. And he sat on the grass looking at his cart, heading through turn number 13, was just hidden behind one of the marshal posts. And that is race done for the pole sitter of Ben McCloughery. A lot of work to do in heat number 2 then. And that is very disappointing for Ben. By the looks of things, it seems to be a cart issue. And we'll get confirmation of that after the race. We'll have 2 to go at the start-finish line. TJ Taft still in the race lead ahead of Adam Holmes in 2nd. Much better last lap for TJ Taft. He's equalled Adam Holmes, both 103.4. There's a right old squabble here for some of the minor placings. Charlie Gardner involved in this one. John Foley Jr. up 2 positions in that one as well. You can see him in the very dark blue cart. The DMS livery on it, I believe. So, still TJ Taft in the race lead. Has 1 more lap to survive. We've seen multiple swaps of the race lead in the last few races on the last lap. TJ Taft just has to keep his cool here, keep his composure that he's done so far for the full duration of this heat. But Adam Holmes is clawing in on him slowly. What's the gap of the line? It's 1 second. 1 second exactly, as the last lap board shows. Another 2/10 taken out from Adam Holmes. If that keeps tracking the right way for TJ Taff, he could be onto a winner here as we have a spinner for the final 2 corners. Gets going again, and just trying to bump start it up the hill. As TJ Taff heading up the hill here through the right-hander. It's all looking good so far. It'll be his own mistake if he's going to throw this one away. Holmes is not caught enough on this last lap. One more sector to go for TJ Taff through the final couple of corners. Keeps it clean. This is where it's been quite slippy, but Taff has been good through here all afternoon. And through the final corner comes the RD man, and TJ Taff will take the opening heat here at the X30 Juniors. What a brilliant, brilliant win for TJ after a poor start. Fell down to 4th, got back up into the race lead on the opening lap, dived down the inside of Ben McCloughery to do so, and he'll take the win here in the X30 Juniors. Adam Holmes in 2nd, Aaron Murphy 3rd, then it was Michaela Hard in 4th, Ty Buckley in 5th, ahead of Chad Lehman in 6th. James Nolan will come home in 7th with Charlie Cosgrove in 8th, and it's Jack McLaughlin in 9th, Jamie English in 10th position, Charlie Gardner in 11th, Eric Gilsonan in 12th, ahead of Zach Burke, John Foley Jr., Conor O'Grady, Ben Conley, Jamie Mulvey, Ray Healy, Joel Murphy and Danny Carroll, and unfortunately a non-finish for both Martin Shannon and pole sitter Ben McCloughery. Next up will be our back to Tillotson action, our T40 seniors, with Josh Allen starting on pole position, looking to make amends from a 10th place finish in Kiltorkin. So now for our T4 seniors, and on pole position for this one, Josh Allen, 10th last time in Kiltorkin. Won't want to do that again, wants a better result. In second position for this one, the Dutchman Joe Bechtold, and then it will be Luke Palmer who starts in third. Ewan Miller in fourth. Then in fifth position for this one, Brian Wilson. Aaron Coogan will line up in sixth. And then Keith Burke in seventh spot. Eighth position for Peter Brett, who was the top novice last time out in round 3. And he will be starting ahead of Warren Russell in ninth. And then Robert Butler in 10th position. We're still definitely on the wet tyres, despite the sun coming out. Changeable conditions seems to be the theme of Irish karting these days. But we are still definitely on the wet tyres here at White River. No late changes in the pit lane. And here we go then. Josh Allen will have the inside line out of Joe Bechtold in second position. Through the final corner now, into the tram lines. Allen controls the pace as they're held, and now we go racing here for the T4 seniors. Good start for Josh Allen, has the inside line for the first corner and leads, but Bechtold is looking for the spot here, as is Luke Palmer, trying to dive it down the inside, and Luke Palmer is up to second position here. Great start from young Luke, and he's up, he's into second spot, and he is chasing down our race leader, which I believe is now Joe Bechtold. I think Josh Allen lost it at the race start. No spinners, so definitely drier conditions for these T4 seniors. The poor T4 juniors were definitely given the brunt of the weather earlier on this morning. And slide from Luke Palmer. He bobbles over the gravel, does very well not to rotate round and lose more than 2 positions, but he's fallen down to 4th spot here. Disappointing for Luke Palmer after what was a cracking race start. Through the final corner then, they all fly. And as a matter of fact, it is Luke Palmer in the race lead. Apologies, wrong card. It was Joe Bechtold who ran wide in the 413 rather than the 418. So my sincerest apologies to any Luke Palmer fans out there. He's not at the moment. He's actually had a great race start, and he's in the race lead still. Palmer in the lead then, Aaron Coogan up to second, Josh Allen third, and Ewan Miller, Joe Bechtold, Luke Kavanagh, Warren Russell, Peter Brett, Conor O'Neill, Dylan Johnson rounding out the top 10, then Jack Mackenzie Smith, Adam Butler, Dermot Toomey, Adam Perry, Evan Darcy, Tyler Bruton, Robert Butler, Max O'Neill, Michael Gallagher, and then Pavlo Kishkan in 20th position. Then it's Elijah Moore, Niall Leahy, Ben McNulty, Keith Burke, Isabel McDermott, Brian Wilson, and Ollie Clark. Wilson and Clark not completing the first lap of proceedings. There's a whopping grid of 27 here for the T4 seniors. Luke Palmer still leads this one, ahead of Aaron Coogan in second, but fastest lap of the race for Aaron Coogan. Then Ewan Miller, Josh Allen, Joe Bechtold. Ewan Miller gaining a spot on the previous trip round the 1.2 kilometre circuit, and he is now into the podium placings. Ewan Miller looking to get up towards his firing partner Luke Palmer. Those two have had many a good battle in a Tillotson machine, especially at last year's IGP up north. Those two threw hammers at each other all weekend, and they'd love to do that again here in White River. But bit of work for Ewan Miller to do if he wants to get up to the race leader Luke Palmer, who is running very solidly at the front of this one. Aaron Coogan in second, does set another fastest lap of the race, but not by an awful lot, only a tenth of a second, if even. A little bit less than that. There has been some problems for Robert Butler, I believe. He's dropping down the order, as is Jack Mackenzie Smith, both down 3 and 4 places respectively, with the latter losing them pace-wise, it seems. There wasn't many mistakes from anyone out on track that I could see, but that's not a given. Great lap this from Luke Palmer. Seems to have extended the gap ahead of Aaron Coogan. 3 minutes and 50 to go in this one. There's quite a few laps still. Anything could change, but this has really been a solid race from Luke Palmer, and one of his better ones in T4 machinery this season. Got third last time out in Kiltorkin. Is definitely still in contention for the overall season win. But a big win in the final here today would go a long way for Luke Palmer. Aaron Coogan still in second, but the fastest lap of the race on the last lap came from the race leader Luke Palmer. Ewan Miller still in third. Only real change in the top 10 is Dermot Toomey introducing himself to that. Dermot Toomey, another karter who races both Rotax and IAME and Tillotson machinery. Diverse. He certainly is. A keen sim racer is Dermot Toomey as well, racing various cars around various tracks on the online platforms of the world. It's all very settled down here at the Tillotson T4 Seniors. They know how important these heat races are, and the real scrapping comes in the finals for these guys, when you either win or you lose. There's still a lot at stake here. Good battling happening down the order between Michael Gallagher and Evan Darcy. Leading novice in this one is Peter Brett, but Michael Gallagher the second novice. Not a lot of novices in the top 15 places, only one to be exact, but they are having a right old tussle down the order. Peter Brett actually getting past Joe Bechtold on the last lap. So that's now Peter Brett up to 6th position overall. Now Isabel McDermott gets past Ben McNulty. It's down into the first corner. That's for some of the minor placings, but every position counts. As Luke Palmer crosses the timing beam with another fastest lap of this race. Next up is our T4 Senior 168s, and honestly I wonder would they be considering slick tyres. No, they definitely are, because I'm looking at them in front of me, slick tyres. So these T4 Seniors will be struggling for grip. They're all on the wets. As someone pushed onto the grass down towards the first corner. There's a bit of a wave of apology, but that got dicey for a second. It was free wide into the first corner as they're rounding in through the middle sector. Still Luke Palmer, your race leader, and he's extending the gap over Aaron Coogan significantly now. 0.2 of a second on the last lap, but gap stands at 5. Josh Allen is running well, and he has just set the fastest lap of the race. This is the penultimate lap of the opening heat of the T4 Seniors. As there's a move being made there by the 4-1-2. That is Adam Perry, who's looking for the spot into the first corner. And there's more battling happening in this opening sector. And there's a couple of slides on the grass, but is well held. I believe that's Peter Brett and Conor O'Neill who are having a fight. O'Neill looking to get ahead of the novice racer in 6th place. But we say novice, by no means a slouch. And Peter Brett has had a great drive here in the mixed conditions. So 1 to go then for Luke Palmer as he's cutting into some lap traffic, just overtaking Ben McNulty. There was a quick glance over the shoulder just to see where Aaron Coogan is, and nowhere in eye shot. Been a great drive from Luke Palmer and one of his finest in a Tillotson. As there are some mental battles going on for some of the minor placings. Certainly passionate racing out there. Conor O'Neill did get past Peter Brett on that last lap. He actually got past Luke Kavanagh as well, up 2 positions. Peter Brett getting past Kavanagh as well. So Kavanagh down 2 spots. Well, just heading through the final corners now is your race leader, Luke Palmer. What an excellent performance from him. And he's going to take the win in the opening heat of the T4 Seniors. A job well done from Luke Palmer. Excellent stuff. Got the moves done in the opening lap and just extended that gap. Aaron Coogan will come home in second. And in third place will be Ewan Miller. Josh Allen just behind in fourth. Then Conor O'Neill will come home in fifth. Then it's Peter Brett. Apologies, not Peter Brett. Luke Kavanagh just pipping him on the last lap. Then it's Peter Brett. Then it is Joe Bechtold. Warren Russell. Adam Perry just getting ahead of Dermot Toomey, who fell all the way to 13th spot on that last lap outside the top 10. Max O'Neill comes home in 10th, and it was Tyler Brereton, Dermot Toomey, Dylan Johnson, Michael Gallagher, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Adam Butler. Then it was Pavlo Kishkan, then Niall Leahy, Evan Darcy, Robert Butler, Elijah Mooney. Then it was Isabel McDermott, Ben McNulty, and unfortunately no running for Keith Burke. Next up, folks, is another T4 senior race, but this time the 168 class.
Yeah, that probably was.
So now time for our T4 Senior 1/6/8. Once again, Tillotson Karts. And on the pole position for this one, Colin Manelli. Won, of course, last time in Kildare. A job well done there. Kyle Kavanagh will start second, and then it'll be Brendan Bleeks in third. Niall Hurson rounds up in fourth, and then it will be Scott Garvey in fifth position. Mikey Brennan will start in sixth, Eddie Roach in seventh, and Niall O'Flynn will start in eighth, ahead of Mark Gorman. And finally, in 10th position, Peter McBride on the podium last time, only qualifying in 10th. So Peter will be looking for a better effort here in heat number 1. But this should be a good one. Senior 1/6/8 or 1/7/7 or 180 racing in any of the classes, usually quite entertaining, quite difficult to overtake compared to some of the smaller karts that we saw this morning, but it should be a good one nonetheless. Manelli inside line into the first corner. Outside line does belong to Kyle Kavanagh. And here we go then. Entering in towards the tram lines. Colin Manelli, white helmet, green suit. Kyle Kavanagh, dark green suit, red helmet. And we go racing here for the Senior 1/6/8. Good start from Kyle Kavanagh. Sweeps around the outside as far as I can tell and is into the race lead. Poor start for Colin Manelli. Dropping down the order, Brendan Bleeks has got away well. We're all safely through the first corners, and these guys are definitely on slick tyres once again. Track nice and dry and ready for racing. The event still officially declared wet, but slick tyres on board these karts, and it is a great start for Brendan Bleeks, who's looking to get up the order and push for that race lead. But it is Kyle Kavanagh ahead by the look of things. Colin Manelli falling to third. Yep, and as they come closer to us, confirmation that Kyle Kavanagh is in the race lead. Niall Hurson has got a fabulous start as well, and as they round through the final corner, it is Niall Hurson in second. Brendan Bleeks, still a good getaway, but not a good second part of the lap. So it's Kyle Kavanagh in the race lead, Niall Hurson second, Colin Manelli third, Mikey Brennan up to fourth, and it is Brendan Bleeks, Scott Garvey, Peter McBride, Eddie Roach, Ryan Hurson, Mark Gorman, Thomas Croke and Niall O'Flynn side by side for fifth position. This is Brendan Bleeks and Scott Garvey, and that got very close between the two for a second, as Niall Hurson is now into the race lead, gets ahead of Kyle Kavanagh. So Kavanagh dropping down the order. We have someone looking to recover their kart, and someone has gone off. I think it could be Mikey Brennan, who's just hopping in back at turn number 4 and 5 and gets going again, but way off the pace here. It is Niall Hurson in the race lead, and it is Colin Manelli who was up to third spot. Yeah, poor lap for Colin Manelli. No, poor lap for Kyle Kavanagh, I should say. Falls to third. Colin Manelli, there we go, that's the one, is up to second. And pushing Niall Hurson all the way here, and down the inside goes Colin Manelli. Little bit of a nudge, and Hurson hops over the grass, loses 2, 3, 4 spaces, has to be careful with his rejoin. Argy-bargy in the Senior 1/6/8, but Colin Manelli is into the race lead after he fell from pole position. So, Colin Manelli, comfortable race lead. Kyle Kavanagh second. Third position now, I believe, belongs to Mikey Brennan. He wasn't your spinner. It was Peter McBride, actually, who spun round. It is Mikey Brennan in second. Or in third, I should say. Kyle Kavanagh in second. Then it's Scott Garvey, Brendan Bleeks, Ryan Hurson, Eddie Roach, Niall Hurson. So Niall dropping all the way down to 8th with that little moment. Manelli chucked one down the inside. Hurson just went on that grass. There's not an awful lot of runoff at that corner. It's battle for third, real close here between Scott Garvey and Mikey Brennan. Garvey looking to just push Brennan into a mistake. He's done so. He's got a better run for the final couple of corners. And Mikey Garvey looking for this one on Scott Brennan. Brennan a bit of a wave of the hand as they go past the timing tower. But Mikey Garvey not able to get past. That one's getting feisty in the battle for third, and that is inviting Brendan Bleeks and Ryan Herson into play. Bleeks just right behind these two now, and a mistake from either Brennan or Garvey, and job will be done by Brendan Bleeks. Garvey really needs to get past ASAP. Still can't find a way past, can Mikey Garvey. Or Mikey Brennan, apologies, and Scott Garvey. Mikey Brennan just not able to make a move just yet. Good driving by Scott Garvey to just stay in front. Have to say, good driving by Kyle Kavanagh over the last few laps. Fastest lap of the race, went purple last time round. And he is now right on the tail of Colin Manelli. Could still be an interesting fight to the end here, this one. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go, plus a lap, of course, in our T4 Senior 168 class. We'll have one more class before the lunch break, of course, X30 Seniors. As there is a kart stopped on the grass in a pretty dangerous position. The driver stood out of it, so that is the day done for one. I believe it is Eddie Roach in the 505. As Scott Garvey still ahead. Or Scott Garvey actually dropping down to 6th position, I should say. So there's been a problem there. He's just ahead of Niall Herson. And Mikey Brennan is now ahead of Brendan Bleeks. So Brennan ahead of Bleeks here in the battle for third spot. Front two are gone. They've ran away with this one. Still a battle amongst them both, but Mikey Brennan is up to third. Still's going to have to fight for this one. Brendan Bleeks wants to make a move soon. Ryan Herson involved in this one. Niall Herson is obviously on a warpath to try and recover to what could have been his spot, and it's Archie Parchie. Down the inside goes Brendan Bleeks, and Mikey Brennan has been given a shove, and when push comes to shove, it is Brendan Bleeks who gets the manoeuvre. Scott Garvey involved in this one, and of course Niall Herson's going to be all elbows out here. He knows what happened to him. He's going to try and repay the favour to someone. It won't be Colin Manelli, because he of course is still in the race lead and tussling with Kyle Kavanagh. But good move, Brendan Bleeks, up to third spot, onto the podium placings. That's where he of course finished in the final last time out in round 3. So 2 to go at the line. As there is still a right-ho battle for third here, and there was a bit of a mistake from Mikey Brennan, but he's managed to hold on, and Scott Garvey is right involved in this one as well. He's ahead of both the Hersons, I believe. So Ryan Hurst and Niall Herson having their own fight. And yeah, he is. Scott Garvey looking for the move on Mikey Brennan. The two rivals of this race, once together right close. Scott Garvey behind Mikey Brennan. Last lap board ready and waiting for our top two. With the battle for third still continuing, and there's a little bit of room for Brendan Bleeks. There's absolutely not for Mikey Brennan. because Scott Garvey wants this one. Niall Herson has managed to get ahead of Ryan Herson in the inter-Herson battle for a 6th, and Niall Herson is now looking to make a move on Scott Garvey. Down the inside goes Herson. Job's a good one, and he's ahead of now Garvey and Ryan Herson looking to get involved in this one as well, and it's disastrous for Garvey. He was looking for a podium place. He's fallen down to 7th behind both Niall Herson and Ryan Herson. That one not decided just yet and won't be decided until they cross the start-finish line, but race lead seems to be all but confirmed, and Colm Manelli made the move when he had to, jumped up the order, and it's looking like he's going to take the win here. Very good last lap from Kyle Kavanagh to get right close and make it interesting, but Colm Manelli will take the win here in the T4 Senior 168s, and we have a spinner on the last lap in that battle for the podium placing, and I believe it was Mikey Brennan. It was. He had it in his hand in 4th, and he's fallen all the way down to 7th. What an interesting fight that was. He's going to lose more spots as well. Mark Gorman's gone past him. Colm Manelli, your race winner. Kyle Kavanagh in 2nd. Brendan Bleeks in 3rd. Ryan Herson then gets 4th. Only in 4th once in that whole race, and it was crossing the line on the last lap. Scott Garvey in 5th and Niall Herson in 6th. Mark Gorman in 7th ahead of Peter McBride. Thomas Croke, your lead novice. Although if he wasn't your lead novice, something would go wrong given he's the only novice. But Mikey Brennan will come home in 10th. And unfortunately, Eddie Roach pulled aside about halfway through that race. So, Colm Manelli takes the win. One more class before we break for lunch, and it'll be the X30 Seniors with pole position for this one belonging to Andre Dabija. So the sun comes back out over County Louth and Whiteriver just in time for our Miami X30 Seniors. Andre Dabija on the pole for this one, ahead of Jack Buckley in 2nd. It's then John Norris in 3rd with Luke Agnew in 4th. Evan Johnston will line up in 5th position. Ahead of Sean Hogan in 6th, and someone struggling to get going, that's Jack Dillon, who does eventually get out on track. We're all lined up, ready and waiting Jack Dillon hammering it round to try and reach the field. And to his favour, Andre Dabisha has slowed it right up heading into the final couple of corners. Dabisha just heading through the final corners now, and he puts his foot to the floor as we go racing in Whiteriver. But the best start goes to Jack Buckley, who has that outside line into the first corner, tries to fly it round the outside, not able to do so, and the X30s are underway. Still Andre Dabisha in the race lead. Buckley not able to make the move. John Norris as well looking for a spot. In the number 804, Luke Agnew's got it off the line okay. They're all off the line okay. And still in contention. Jack Dillon has managed to make the field as far as I can tell. And now Dabisha still in the race lead. In the 817, Jack Buckley in second, pushing him through these final couple of corners, and there is a couple of great moves happening in the mid-pack by one of the DMS carts, I believe. No, it is the 820 of Martin Foley, who did make a nice move, but he's still down 2 spots in the opening lap, so something going wrong there. Jack Buckley hustling it round turn 2 and 3 and 4 to just try get on the tail of Dabisha in front. 6 minutes and 50 to go, plus a lap, still plenty of time for anything to happen here in Whiteriver Park. It's a nice lead for Andre, as he is a couple of kart lengths ahead of Jack Buckley now in second. Luke Agnew down 1 spot on the opening lap, but he's throwing the kart into the final few corners to try and catch up to Sean Hogan in front. John Norris, fastest lap of the race last trip round, so he's looking to make it a 3-horse fight at the front of this one between himself, Buckley and Dabisha. Some struggles in this one for Clara O'Regan. Just has fallen off the pack, so might have had an issue somewhere along the last 2 laps. Everyone else pretty nip and tuck for the time being. Andre Dabisha still in the race lead. Jack Buckley in second. John Norris very late in the brakes into turn 13 every lap, and it does gain him a little bit of time on Jack Buckley, but he just seems to be struggling on some of the exits, and that's where he's losing time. Did set the fastest lap of the race though, so he's clearly not losing that much time. And it is a 3-horse race at the front. Sean Hogan and Luke Agnew will be hoping they start fighting in order to allow those two in. And Luke Agnew, great move down the inside on Sean Hogan. That one came from nowhere, dives it into what is a very tight right-hander of turn number 6 before the long sweeping left-hander at turn number 7. Luke Agnew, that is a sneaky move down the inside, and he gets it done. Up to 4th place now in that vibrant orange machine that you can see just heading into the final sector and close to the paddock building now. Still Dabisha in the race lead, controlling at the front. Sean Hogan not able to return the favour on Agnew, and he'll have to sit behind for now. Good little tussle here between Emer Carey and Jack Dillon. That's in the battle for 6th spot, or apologies, it's Emer Carey and Evan Johnston, not Jack Dillon. Jack Dillon in a bit of a whirl of his own here, it seems. 1.5 behind the kart in front, 2.5 behind the kart behind. You can see him just looking to try and catch Sean Hogan in front. Emer Carey under pressure from Evan Johnston through the final corner. Johnston in the very well-known colours of DMS. Still a controlled performance from our race leader so far. Hasn't crumbled to the pressure of Jack Buckley or John Norris once. And John Norris still just sitting and waiting like a shark in the water, just hoping to pounce at some prey as soon as they go off the beaten track. Andre Dabaje about 4.23 tenths of a second in front. But now it is actually 4. Fastest lap of the race in the last lap for Andre Dabaje, 49.5. And about a rental car, in a rental car here at Whiteriver, you'd go around in about 72 seconds, or if you're really good like myself, 74. But these guys well under that, 49 in the higher speed Miami X30 machines. Top 3 just all so even that no one can really make a move, and it's a trend you see a lot in kart racing where they're all just such on level pegging that no one is able to overtake. Especially in bigger machines like this, very hard to just make a move, and moves like the brilliant one we saw from Luke Agnew don't come too often. 49.7 for Dabaje, 49.8 for Buckley, 49.8 for Norris, 49.9 for Luke Agnew. Everyone else over the 50-second mark. John Norris now, I think, might have made the move on. Oh no, he hasn't quite just made the move on Jack Buckley. Still behind for now. He was looking a lot closer there, but still Jack Buckley in front of John Norris. That's in the battle for second position in this race. Andre Dabaje just looking controlled at front. You just can't see him making a mistake. That could be the kibosh put on him and the commentator's curse, but he just looks very good at the front of this race. Nice and controlled, not making too many errors. So there'll be 2 to go once we reach the line. We're under the 1 minute mark here for the Miami X30 Seniors, our final race before the break. And it is Andre Dabaje in the race lead. Buckley second, Norris, Agnew, Hogan, Dillon, Carey, Johnson, O'Neill, Foley, Kavanagh, O'Regan. And oh, great battling here for some of the lower paying positions, side by side for the final sector. That was the 820 of Shane O'Neill making the move on Martin Foley. Our race leaders, our podium placers. This is the most spaced out they've been since the start of our action here in the X30 Seniors. And Andre Dabaje looking to just try get over that 5/10 of a second mark. Was just about over it in the last lap, but if he could keep that pace up. So we have 1 more lap to go. Last lap board is showing. Track now definitely nice and dry. You can see the slicks running at their optimum pace. And there is another move down the inside from Martin Foley. He gets it done this time on Shane O'Neill. And a good move there from Martin Foley in the 812. Got past Daniel Kavanagh, apologies. Shane O'Neill actually dropping another place there. So it's now Foley, Kavanagh, O'Neill for 9th, 10th and 11th. But Andre Dabaje into the final few corners now, just heading down the hill of Whiteriver once more. And sweeping it through the double left-hander before the double right-hander. Fabulous performance from the pole. It's not often we've seen a pole to win here today, as it hasn't been a controlled morning, but it has been for Andre Dabaje. And an excellent win across the line. Jack Buckley takes second, John Norris in 3rd, Luke Agnew in 4th, Sean Hogan in 5th, Jack Dillon will come home in 6th. Then in 7th place will be Emer Carey. 8th place for Martin Foley. 9th, Daniel Kavanagh. 10th, Shane O'Neill. And finally, Clara O'Regan. Excellent performance from Derbyshire at the front of that one. Great racing for some of the minor places as well. Absolutely what we love to see. It'll now be the break for lunch as Clara O'Regan confirms herself in the classification. It'll now be the break for lunch, folks, and if all is going to schedule, we will be back with you shortly. I believe it'll be just after 1 o'clock, but we will be back with you shortly. If you're watching on the live stream at home, we have Heat 2 and the finals coming up, starting with the Tillotson T4 Bambinos, which of course had some good racing earlier, folks. But fill up your drinks, grab some lunch. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back, folks, to Whiteriver for round number 4 of the MIT4 and IAMI Championships. We had a great morning of racing with all the heat ones completed. We had rain, dry, spins, battles, and a little bit of everything else in between. But this should be a good one. We have heat 2 for our T4 Bambinos coming up first. And on pole position for this one is your race 1 winner, Danny Clancy. Fabulous performance from him, dominant win from him earlier on, despite qualifying being a very close run team. Emerson Hannon got second, ahead of Ollie Keneally in third, and then Robbie Lyons in fourth, with Christian Adam coming home in fifth. But it's a slightly different order to that for the start of the race, of course, based off qualifying this morning. Danny Clancy and Robbie Lyons off the front row. Robbie Lyons, of course, got the jump on Danny Clancy this morning, but then had a spin at turn number 2 and 3, and it was very unfortunate for him not to be able to fight for that race win. Emerson Hannon will start in third on the second row with Ollie Keneally, and then Christian Adam will start from the third row. The Bambinos, of course, will have a standing start as opposed to the rolling starts that we see for the rest of the field. So they're just circling around on their formation run now. The youngest racers here today at Whiteriver, but that doesn't mean they can't put on a show. Here we go then, green flag waves, and we go racing, and they're bumping their way down towards turn number 1. Once again, a good start from Robbie Lyons, but a cracking run from Emerson Hannon, who's looking for it down in towards the first corner, has that inside line, but is blocked out by Danny Clancy. Danny Clancy in the race lead. Robbie Lyons tries it round the outside, but not able to make the move stick. They're all away and running well in towards turn number 1 and 2. It's a bit warmer than it was earlier on. That'll help them around the lap. But Danny Clancy, pole sitter, is away very well indeed. It's in Robbie Lyons in second, ahead of Emerson Hannon. They still run as they were. Still Danny Clancy in the lead as they head up the hill. We have 4 minutes and 50 to go in this one, plus a lap, of course. And Danny Clancy in a nice, comfortable lead. It's then the 1:11 of Robbie Lyons and the 1:06 of Emerson Hannon. Still as they were, but very close at the front. There's been no mistakes in that opening lap, like there was in heat number 1. And they're all running very, very well indeed. Emerson Hannon closing the gap to Robbie Lyons in front. And Robbie just looking to try and close that gap to Danny Clancy and have a better run of things than he'd had in heat number 1 this morning. Christian Adam crosses the start-finish line as well to keep going. The Bambino class, of course, designed for these very young karters, as young as 4 years of age, to develop themselves in the world of racing. And that is exactly what this Tillotson T4 is for. Of course, there is plenty of Bambino karts. There's even new electric ones being developed by Might E. They're being allowed run in the British Karting Championships very soon. So Bambinos as a whole is developing, and you can see the talent on offer here in Whiteriver. And now there's a move from Robbie Lyons going for it down the inside in towards the first corner, and he's got it done. Robbie Lyons into the race lead. Emerson Hannon is going to look to try and get involved in this one as well and potentially pass Danny Clancy. But for the first time today, Danny Clancy is not leading a Bambino race, and it is Robbie Lyons who is at the front of this one, and he'll be looking to take the Heat 2 win to promote himself up the finals grid. Of course, doesn't want to be starting mid-pack, wants to have the best opportunity to beat Danny Clancy, who's been the pace setter so far today. Still, Ollie Keneally in 4th and Christian Adam in 5th, fastest lap of the race belonging to Emerson Hannon, a 1:15.7. as opposed to a 1:15.8 for Robbie Lyons. That's his personal best, and then 16 flat for Danny Clancy. So the former race winner, the slowest of the three actually. And as they head up the hill in towards turn number 13, it is still Robbie Lyons who leads this one. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus one final lap to decide the grid for the final of the Tillotson T4 Bambinos. Out of the final corner, and look at Emerson Hannon bobbling over the curb. That's halted his run a little bit. Danny Clancy's looking for the jump on Robbie Lyons in towards the first corner in that red suit that you can see mixed amongst the top three. Emerson Hannon just losing a couple of tenths of a second. Ollie Keneally is having a good run and lapping his best laps of the day so far. 16.3 the personal best for Ollie Keneally. Danny Clancy trying some different lines to try and get past Robbie Lyons in front. But no joy just yet. Emerson Hannon had a poor start to the lap, but he's picked it up through here, and he's actually quite close heading in towards turn number 7. Turn number 8, the uphill right-handers. But Danny Clancy very quick through this back part of the lap. That's why you would fancy his chances for a move maybe in towards turn number 1 if he can keep right on the tail of Robbie Lyons. But Robbie's had a great run at this and is well ahead of Danny Clancy now. Emerson Hannon and Danny Clancy probably the fight we're looking at here. Blue flag's being shown. That's for Christian Adam. And there's a poor run for Robbie Lyons. He's had a bit of a mistake. And Emerson Hannon's looking for the long way around the outside. That's a brilliant move, is it, for Emerson Hannon, looking to try and go around the outside of Danny Clancy as they reach number turn 1. It is Danny Clancy ahead, and he's looking for the race lead almost as Christian Adam gets involved in that one as well. The lap traffic. Now Danny Clancy's fought back for it, and Danny Clancy is in the race lead. The lap traffic, a real problem there for Robbie Lyons and Emerson Hannon, and it's allowed Danny Clancy up into the lead of this race. Emerson Hannon goes for a brilliant move around the outside. That would have been one his dad Kieran would have taught him. But unfortunately, not able to go for the race lead just yet. It's now Danny Clancy's and back in his hands. We'll have one more lap after this one. It's been a fabulous tussle here in the second heat for the Bambinos. Certainly a better spectacle than this morning's action, which was dominant from Danny Clancy. Fair play to Robbie and Emerson for putting it up with him. But it's going to be difficult to take it off Danny Clancy from here, unless Robbie Lyons or Emerson Hannon can get the run that they got in the last lap, and Danny Clancy has to go defensive here. And it is Emerson Hannon who is attacking Danny Clancy for this, so Robbie Lyons has fallen down to 3rd. What a result this would be if Emerson Hannon could take it off him, and Danny Clancy weaves his way around Whiteriver to try and defend from Robbie Lyons in towards the first corner once again. Here comes Robbie Lyons trying it down the inside, and Danny Clancy's got it done. Great move for Robbie Lyons back into the lead. Emerson Hannon was hung out to dry on the outside there. Wanted the inside line, but unfortunately couldn't get it, and now it is Robbie Lyons in the lead of this one in that number 111 Kart. Currently holds the fastest lap of the race. Was slower on the last lap than Danny Clancy, but he just got that run out of the final corner. Not sure if Danny Clancy is down on power or something, but doesn't seem to be running well on the straights. As yellow flags are waving, and we have 2 carts off, and one of them is Emerson Hannon, and I think the other one is Ollie Keneally. Disappointing for them. It won't be a free cart fight for the race win on the last lap. Hannon should still come home in 3rd, and I think Ollie Keneally might be stuck here, not able to get back going. For the final corners now, though, is Robbie Lyons. Pulled off 2 great overtakes to beat the king of the Bambinos today, Danny Clancy, and the heat wins will be split. Checkered flag waves for Robbie Lyons, who comes across the line to take the win ahead of Danny Clancy in second position. It is, I believe, still going to be Emerson Hannon who comes home in third, so despite having a chance for first or second, he won't lose out on too many points and will still get a good starting position for the final. Of course, finished second earlier on and finished third, so as far as I can tell, he should be starting on the front row. And there is Emerson Hannon across the line. It will be Ollie Keneally who will come home in fourth, ahead of Christian Adam in fifth position. The 2 novice racers down the back of the field. So that was the Bambinos, the 2 heats. Their final, of course, will be first in the pecking order. Coming up later this afternoon, we'll be running uninterrupted here on the live stream, folks, until the very end of today's action, so stick around with us. Next up, we have our T4 Minis coming up, our Tillotson T4 Minis, and it was a great race amongst these this morning. It was Harley Burton who managed to pip Dermot Claridge and take the race win. But Claridge will be on pole position once again, so we imagine the 2 of them are going to be fighting back, and Harley Burton will be looking to do the double. Stick around, that's coming up in a couple of moments. So time for our T4 Minis and the mind games out of paddock assembly. Already for Harley Burton. Look, he's already pushing ahead of Dermot Claridge and was side by side with him, immediately leading the pit lane. Harley Burton is up for this one. He wants to try and take 2 from 2 and cement himself in a great spot for the final coming up. It should be a tasty battle. Third spot for this one is going to be Jack Miller, and then it will be Billy Green in number 205. Third place in the first heat, but starting 5th here, Jack Fingleton, ahead of James Stafford Jr. and Max Cooling. It's not very cool out there now, quite warm over Whiteriver, a total contrast to the conditions these guys were potentially facing earlier on this morning when we were waiting for that inevitable downpour. It came slightly later, and it was unfortunately the X30 juniors who had to put up with the bare brunt of it. But T4 Minis getting ready to go. Dermot Claridge wants to jump on his newfound rival, PBR's Harley Burton. Starting in 4th spot, you can see Billy Green, wearing the famous yellow and green helmet, as they're ready for the final corner towards the tram lines now, and Dermot Claridge puts his foot to the floor and we go racing here. Great start for Harley Brereton, immediately teeing up Claridge into the first corner, and Harley Brereton swoops round the outside. Excellent move to take the race lead. Dermot Claridge falls down to second. Jack Miller, I should say, in fourth. Billy Green up to third place at outside line, the preferred one, heading through there, and the top three away with this one. Max Cooling, Jack Fingleton battling side by side as well. But what a cracking start from Harley Brereton off the front row to take the race lead. And as he heads up the hill, has a significant advantage over Dermot Claridge Jr. And Billy Green, they're in third spot. But Green is pushing Claridge all the way through here. But it is Harley Brereton who is in the race lead. Claridge second, Billy Green third, Jack Fingleton up to fourth, Jack Miller in fifth, Max Cooling sixth, and James Stafford Jr., Cullen McMahon. Then it is Varant Kumar, Stephen Doyle, Jay Murphy. Then it is Neothnas Saranski and Oisin O'Sullivan in 13th place. As Harley Brereton now being closed up by Dermot Claridge. Late race pace was certainly the approach from Dermot Claridge in the earlier heat, but he's going for it earlier on here. A black and white flag shown to Jack Fingleton, who's in fourth place in the number 211. Dermot Claridge pushing Brereton here. You wouldn't be surprised if there's an overtaking opportunity from Dermot Claridge Jr. Not able to slide it down the inside. Good defensive running from Harley Brereton. Pushes Claridge all the way out to the curb, heading in towards turn 13 and 14. And now Harley Brereton just has enough to get him down the straight, unhampered from Claridge behind. Bit of a mistake for Billy Green in the fight for fourth between himself and Jack Fingleton. And Fingleton looking for the move on Billy Green in towards the sweeping lefts and up towards the double right-handers. Of course, as we were saying earlier, outside line through that long sweeping left-hander doesn't really work, but you do get the inside for the next three corners. Unfortunately, Fingleton not able to find it. Look at this battle between the top two, though. Harley Brereton and Dermot Claridge, and Claridge down the inside. Smooth as you like. Gets it done under the braking. Is Harley Brereton able to fight back? Not really, but there was a mistake for Dermot Claridge, and Harley Brereton through the final corner. On the inside, you don't see that an awful lot at Whiteriver. Harley Brereton inside once again for the right-hander. They're still side by side. Himself and Dermot Claridge Jr. Claridge chucked to the outside by Harley Brereton. What a move from the PBR man. He's back into the race lead. Claridge held it for a minuscule amount of time, and Harley Brereton is up and back in front and has 3/4 of a second of an advantage. Excellent stuff from those two. Brilliant racing. One of the better races of the morning was this T4 mini class, and this is sensational so far. Jack Fingleton did get past Billy Green, so he now runs in third spot, although they are lapping slightly off the pace of the front two. Fastest lap of the race does belong to Dermot Claridge Jr. But this has been a quick one from Harley Brereton for the final corner now. A quick glance over the shoulder from Brereton, just keeping very aware of his surroundings. 57.9 on the last lap for Harley Brereton. Matches what he did the lap previous. 58.4 for Dermot Claridge, but of course they were battling. And now there's been a mistake for Harley Brereton, because Dermot Claridge, as they come through turn 2 and 3 back towards the paddock, Claridge is back in front. So there's been a mistake from Brereton somewhere there, because the gap was significant. And now Harley Brereton is going to have to fight back. Brereton does not like nopping in the lead of this race. And as they come through the double right-handers, Harley Brereton down the inside. Still Dermot Claridge Jr., who is in front. Oh, Brereton slides and over the curb. I can tell you that curb is rough on the hips if you bounce over it too often. Brereton won't want to lose any more lap time doing that. And Harley Brereton, you can see, just runs a much better line through this final corner than Claridge. Billy Green is trying to get past Fingleton. for third place. Just trying to get back in front. Claridge now has his first gap of the race in the race lead. Minute and 40 plus a lap to go in this one. Not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's Dermot Claridge still in the race lead. There'll be 3 more laps after this, you'd like to think. Harley Burton pushing it close to this final sector. Billy Green looking for a move on Fingleton. Jack Miller involved in that one as well. And now Harley Burton tucked into the slipstream, goes for the inside line. Claridge doesn't defend it. Burton on the inside, still side by side. Burton got this move done earlier, he gets it done again. Dermot Claridge on the outside. And that is Harley Burton into the race lead once again. Claridge, you just know he's going to fight this one back. Absolutely will not be settling for second. After losing the race from the pole earlier on, he won't want to lose again to the Kildare man of Harley Burton. Still Fingleton in third. Billy Green not able to find a way past. Is Claridge able to find a way past Burton? No, but chucks it in. 2 very different lines through these corners for both of our race leaders, Harley Burton and Dermot Claridge. 2 laps to go at the start-finish line. Number 206 in the race lead, 208 in second. And now 206 of Harley Burton makes another error through turn 2 and 3 and invites Dermot Claridge back through that envelope. Was not sealed shut, and the invitation has fallen straight into Dermot Claridge's hands, and now he has a nice gap with 1.5 laps to go of Whiteriver. Dermot Claridge is in a fantastic spot. Can Burton reply for a 3rd time? Or is the 3rd time getting the move done really the charm for Dermot Claridge? 1 to go. Billy Green's got ahead of Fingleton finally. So Billy Green up to 3rd. Now Jack Miller looking for the spot on Fingleton. Here we go. Harley Burton goes for the outside. Claridge defends. Burton's going to have to go the long way about this if he wants to get it done. Doesn't opt for it. Tucks back into the slipstream. Harley Burton back down the inside of Dermot Claridge. And Claridge was trailing off that corner, but just about hooks the cart in and keeps the position. Harley Burton now still in second, running out of options, running out of answers for the questions that Dermot Claridge is asking him. Billy Green still ahead of Jack Fingleton for 3rd. Jack Miller in 5th, and James Stafford in 6th position, but not with that fight anymore. Burton has a good run up the hill on Dermot Claridge. This is going to have to be a brave move from Harley Burton. If he wants to get it done, he's not going to get it done. It's a mistake through turn number 9 once again for Harley Burton. Got all out of shape sideways, had to save the car, and Dermot Claridge had to work hard for that one, but he's got it done. For the final corners, it'll be Dermot Claridge Jr. to win the 2nd heat in the T4 Minis. Harley Burton will come home 2nd. And Billy Green with a wave of celebration to come home in 3rd. A hard-earned podium for both Claridge, Burton and Green. Jack Fingleton will come home in 4th. Jack Miller in 5th. James Stafford in 6th position ahead of Max Coolan in 7th. Colin McMahon then in 8th ahead of Varant Kumar in 9th. And then it was Stephen Doyle to round out the top 10. Fantastic racing in the T4 Minis. Next up, we have our monster Miami Cadet field that will see Danny Mulvey and Danny Dempsey line up on the front row, but it was Charlie Blair who took the win earlier on, so stick around for that one. So, time for our Miami cadets. And on pole, as we said, Danny Mulvey. Second, Danny Dempsey. Third, Charlie Blair. Bobby Connolly in fourth. Danny Murphy in fifth position. Charlie Blair won the earlier race with a last lap pass on Danny Dempsey. Then it was Senna McLaughlin in third position. Ian Carey came home in fourth. And then in fifth spot, Ethan Woods. Some good races around the field. But keep an eye on that top 4 or 5. Now the field lining up. Some mind games already in this one. Oh, sorry, apologies. On the pole for this will be Danny Dempsey, and then it will be Charlie Blair in second. Of course, Danny Mulvey was dumped down the order after qualifying. So it is Dempsey on the inside, and then it is Charlie Blair on the outside as they go into the tram lines. And we're off and away. Great start for Charlie Blair. In towards turn number 1. Is he going to lead? He is. Charlie Blair into the race lead for the first time on lap 1. He got it on the last lap last time round. Danny Dempsey led the rest of the race. Seems like it's going to be the other way around here. Danny Dempsey is in second spot. Bobby Connolly, good start for Sophie Campbell as well. We've had a couple of offs here. I think Ian Carey's had some trouble, but we'll get confirmation of that once they come past the timing beam. Charlie Blair still in the lead. The Miami Cadets Heats 2 on the opening lap, but Danny Dempsey is pushing him, and Danny Dempsey dives down the inside. Brilliant move from Danny Dempsey to get up ahead in the 6.15. He's back into the lead of his race. The many great racers of the Dempsey family would have thought him that one. And now Charlie Blair has his work cut out for him to try and get past. Senna McLaughlin up 5 spots to third. Fourth position for Danny Murphy. Fifth for Bobby Connolly. Ethan Woods is in sixth. Ethan Robinson seventh. Then is Ian Carey, Jack Harney, and Sophie Campbell. So Ian Carey all good on that race start. The spinner, I believe, was Harry Ty Lee. Apologies, not Ian Carey. Danny Dempsey still in the lead of this one. Charlie Blair in second, but almost looking for this through turn 7 in towards turn number 8 and up the hill through 9 and 10. This was the corner where Danny Dempsey got it done. Not turn 3, turn 13. Although racing for turn 3, of course, being coached by some of the best. He's leading this one fantastically indeed. Someone has run wide, and I think it was Sophie Campbell who's lost the position to Evan McCloughery. No, she lost the position to Ian Carey, but she already gained 3 spots on that lap, so still has gained 2. So still a good lap for Sophie Campbell. Net positive overall. There is some battling going on for some of the minor places. Mate Dabajin involved in battles, of course. Brother Andre winning the X30 seniors earlier on. Still Danny Dempsey in the lead of this race, although this is a very similar situation to what we've seen in the earlier heats, where Charlie Blair just threading the needle. There is some battling going on here. Ethan Woods, Ian Carey, all fighting through. And it is 6.17 of Danny Murphy, who's looking for the move on Bobby Connolly. Connolly got ahead on that last lap, but Danny Murphy looking for the move on Bobby Connolly in towards turn number 2 and 3, not able to find it. There is a move from Ethan Robinson behind. Oliver Meredith involved in this fight as well, as are so many more. A 23 Kart cadet class currently out on track. Unfortunately, no showing from Oscar Miller, who didn't manage to make it out for this one. Gap increasing once again at the front, and it is Danny Dempsey in the race lead. 55.5 in the last lap for Danny, your fastest lap of the race so far, with 3 minutes and 25 seconds plus a lap to go. Bobby Connolly and Danny Murphy still battling, and it is Bobby Connolly still ahead of Danny Murphy. in towards the first corner. All single file as of now. Some battling between Corey Lyons and Jaden McElhaney. Where have we heard that before? Those two tussling on Irish go-karting tracks all around the country all year so far, especially in road taxes, but they're still putting it up to each other here in Miami's. Of course, Corey Lyons at this very track putting a fabulous move on Jaden McElhaney in the RMC round 2. At that very corner there, turn 13 that you're looking at in the live stream. You can see Corey Lyons, blue Kart, sort of a Lando Norris-y colour helmet with a bright yellow. As a matter of fact, I think it is a Lando Norris helmet, but it's certainly that colour anyways. 2 minutes to go. This has been a much better performance from Danny Dempsey. Not that the first one was bad. He's just upped the ante again as someone has had a moment at turn 1, quite slow. They have recovered. There was just a bit of a tyre squeal, and all of a sudden you saw a slow Kart. They are going A-OK. I think it was Liam Buckley. I'm not too sure. It looked to be the 629. It's a right dogfight behind Sophie Campbell and Ian Carey. It's down the inside. That is Corey Lyons, I believe. No, sorry, not Corey. Corey being overtaken. I think it was Ethan Robinson who went down the inside in the 6:05. No, it was actually Sophie Campbell herself who went for the move. So that is swapped around. Danny Murphy losing 5 positions on that lap, so I would guess he was the spinner. No, it was actually Liam Buckley. So it was Liam Buckley in the 6:29 who went round. Danny Murphy just having an equally horrifying lap. So your current running order: Danny Dempsey, Charlie Blair, Senna McLaughlin, Bobby Connolly, Ethan Woods, Sophie Campbell, Ian Carey, Jack Harney. Then it is Ethan Robinson, Danny Murphy, Corey Lyons, Oliver Meredith, Oliver leading the novices, Jaden McElhaney, Evan McCloughy, Ada O'Brien, Mate Dabaja. Then it was Ben Lalu, Danny Mulvey, Yanis Dobrin, Liam Buckley, Tucker Frayne, Harry Tiley, Nicolas Judy Seuss, and Oscar Miller. So there is battling here, a little bit of contact made. That is between Sophie Campbell and Jack Harney. Campbell staying in front of both Ian Carey and Jack Carney, despite the little nudge. One more lap after this one for Danny Dempsey in the lead of this race. Danny really flying now. Did the fastest lap on the last lap, and dare I say he's going to do it again. He is one with Whiteriver as of right now, and Charlie Blair, as quick as he is just being outpaced here by the race leader. But we imagine the tussle between them two is going to be quite interesting in the final. Not the fastest lap for Danny Dempsey, but not too far off it. And now, number 618, Ethan Woods, looking for the move from Bobby Connolly down towards turn number 1. Has he got it done? I don't think he has. He's on the outside, is Ethan Woods. Not able to make the move on Connolly. Connolly will stay in front. As rounding through the final couple of corners is Danny Dempsey. Impressive result for him in this one, with Charlie Blair in second. Danny Dempsey, of course, second in Kiltorkin. Wants to make it first here in Whiteriver, and he's going the right way about it. Danny Dempsey to the final corner to win heat number 2 in the Miami Cadets. Charlie Blair will come home in second position. Third spot then for Senna McLaughlin. Bobby Connolly will come home in fourth. Then Ethan Woods in fifth place. We're ahead of Sophie Campbell in sixth. And then it'll be Ian Carey in seventh, Jack Harney in 8th. And then in 9th spot, ninth spot, Ethan Robinson. 10th spot, Danny Murphy. Next up, we have what was a very intriguing race for the T4 juniors earlier. This time, however, it's a lot drier and not a soaking wet Whiteriver on slick tyres. This one should be a good one. On the pole, Eddie Summers Jr. Formation lap underway for our Tillotson T4 juniors in what is their second heat of the afternoon. Eddie Summers Jr. on pole for this one, but it was only a 7th place finish for him in the opener. Absolutely not what he wants. He'll be looking to rectify that with a good result here. 2nd place, Billy Clancy. 3rd place will be your Heat 1 winner, Joey Carney. Carney, of course, was pushed all the way by another Brereton, this time in the form of Wesley. Wesley, of course, fantastic in the rain, as there's a bit of debris out on the circuit. That'll have to be cleared up. Oh, yeah, that's going to definitely have to be cleared up. Bit of debris heading through turn number 9, but we should still be able to go racing. I'm sure a marshal will run on to grab that. Summers Jr. looking to try and tackle here. Summers versus Clancy versus Carney versus Brereton. They've been waved around just as we get excited for the start. We'll try that again, shall we? Pole position, Eddie Summers Jr. Still hasn't changed. 2nd position, still Billy Clancy, then Joey Carney, Wesley Brereton. But keep an eye from down the order for Sean Dunnigan, who had a fantastic race in heat number 2, or heat number 1, I should say. Is looking for a fantastic race in heat number 2, and he came 3rd, was 4th in the final in Kiltorgan, and we'll be looking for a good result here. We're still not fully bunched up, but we have no front ends of the carts on the circuit. I'm not sure who actually lost a bit of body work, but I'm sure we'll figure that out throughout the heats. And we will now try it again. Summers versus Clancy versus Carney versus Brereton. down to the first corner. And now we get to go racing. Good start off the pole position for Eddie Summers Jr. And he's going to lead into the first corner. Great start for Brereton as well, who's looking for third position but hasn't managed to get it. They're all still as they were, heading through the first corners, in the first 4 spaces anyways. After that, there's some off, and we have 2 spun and off the circuit. Very disappointing for them, just can't quite see who it is. They're just hidden behind a barrier. But 2 drivers off, and on the opening lap, that is disastrous, because you'll fall so far down the order. This race, of course, ended under a full course yellow earlier on today. They don't want that to be repeated. Still, Eddie Summers Jr. in the lead of this race. It is then 2 OHR carters behind, almost pushing each other through. Joey Carney, I believe, is ahead of Billy Clancy, or is he? Is Clancy around the outside? Bobbles his way over, and it is Billy Clancy in second position now. Joey Carney third. Robert Crayan Bolster with a fabulous start up to fourth, up 2 spaces. Wesley Brereton down 1. Ben O'Keefe up a spot. Hugo Coleman up 5 to 14th. And unfortunately, I think it was Ava Moore and Doreen McMahon who made contact at the back of that one. No, it wasn't Doreen. She's just gone past in front of us. It was Ava Moore and James King who came to blows in the opening laps. Both going again and still in contention. If something happens elsewhere, they will get a couple of spots. But Eddie Summers Jr., great start to the race. A lot better than in the wet conditions earlier on. Billy Clancy not looking comfortable in this last sector at all, and is under a lot of pressure from Joey Carney. Yellow flags being shown in the first sector. There is a cart pulled off to the left-hand side. And I think that could be, it's either Luke Kelly or Tiernan O'Connor. They've not registered a lap on the timing screen just yet. Of course, if you're looking for live timing, you absolutely can on timing.ie. But they have not registered a lap complete yet, so it could be either of them. Still Eddie Summers Jr. in the lead of this one, ahead of Billy Clancy and Joey Carney. And now it's down the inside from Joey Carney, but he's not able to make it stick on Billy Clancy in front. Clancy remains ahead as they head through the final corner. Casual from Eddie Summers. It almost looked like he was scratching his nose. Obviously he wasn't because he's wearing a helmet, but that was the motion that he was gesturing going across the start-finish line. Second position still Billy Clancy and Joey Carney. Wesley Brereton is looking for a move on Robert Crayan Bolster, but he's not able to find one. Still just stuck behind is one of the Brereton brothers. Now, gap between third and fourth, well developed. It's not the start of the race that Wesley Brereton would have dreamed of. Bolster was fifth in heat number 1, so still an improvement on him, getting up to fourth. Fastest lap of the race was on the last lap round by Billy Clancy. Is he able to improve upon that? He isn't, but Eddie Summers Jr. is. Fastest lap of the race for him. And the glance behind the shoulder to see where Clancy was, it was one filled with confidence. Still battling are Clancy and Carney. There's a right old tussle for some of the minor placings here. Just heading through the final couple of corners, just in front of where we are currently now looking at your battle for the lead. That was James King. Up 2 spots, getting past Ava Moore and Doreen McMahon. That's for very low placing, but every place counts when your final seating. It's been a good lap from Brereton. Sorry, not from Brereton, apologies. Billy Clancy. It's been a good lap for Clancy, catching in on Eddie Summers Jr. Black and white flag has been shown to James King. Marshall's not happy with something. It's a bit of lap traffic now for Eddie Summers Jr., Billy Clancy and Joey Carney in the lot to deal with. Summers has got past it okay, successfully, hasn't lost too much time. So has both Clancy and Carney. Billy Clancy, closest I think he's ever been to Eddie Summers Jr., 0.4 of a second on the nose. So close between the top three, but yet feels so far. Not an overtake attempt made yet by Joey Carney in third. On second place, Billy Clancy, when there really needs to be. Minute and 35 to go in this one, as we wrap round through the final corners. Once again, about 3 laps remaining, I would say. As more lap traffic for Eddie Summers Jr. to deal with. Blue flags being waved by the marshals. Of course, a fabulous marshal team in Whiteriver here today. Events like this simply wouldn't happen without them. So a big thank you to all the marshals if they are listening along somehow. In terms of the racing action, Billy Clancy's been really held up by that lap traffic, and he's now under even more pressure from Joey Carney, and he's fallen back a lot from Eddie Summers. And Summers now with a healthy advantage over those two in second and third. Battle for fourth, Wesley Brereton and Robert Bolster has exchanged hands, and Brereton is ahead. That is Brereton. You can see he's stuck behind a car, but that is lap traffic he's dealing with, and it is Robert Bolster who is behind him with the orange helmet. Now looking to go past him. Brereton furious, hand waves out of the cart, and furious almost understandably, because he is ahead now, or he's fallen behind Robert Bolster now, and they still haven't got past that lap traffic. A real hindrance is the lap traffic as of now, and now eventually it lets Bolster through, but it's going to try and keep it on the inside of Wesley Brereton. I'm not sure what words Wesley and the lap cart had in the paddock this morning, but certainly there's a bit of a rivalry between the two, and Wesley Brereton is not able to get past still, and he might have just lost out in fourth place because of that. One more lap to go as Eddie Summers heading in through the final couple of corners. Brereton still hasn't got past. Now eventually gets through. Does Wesley Brereton. That is James King in the 3-3-1. He's got past. Don't think that was the initial lap car. I think that's just another one. I think it could have been the 3-18. It was Ava Moore. Here he was trying to get past. Still no overtake from Joey Carney on Billy Clancy, despite having followed him for the entire race now. Joey Carney not able to find a way past. Watch, now that I said that, he'll go for it. He'll get it done. Heading in towards turn number 9. Let's see. Can he make a move stick? No, not able to go for it. Here comes Eddie Summers. And Eddie Summers has dominated this one, and he's going to be taking the race win. Billy Clancy defends well for second, and it's looking like he's going to hold on to this one ahead of Joey Carney, or is he? Carney, no, not able to make a move for the final 2 corners, and it will be Billy Clancy who comes home in second. Joey Carney will come home in third, with Robert Bolster coming home in fourth. Then it will be Wesley Brereton ahead of Ben O'Keefe in 6th spot. 7th goes to Spencer Casey, 8th to Joey Carnes, 9th Sean Dunnigan, 10th Samuel Harris, then it was Saoirse McMahon, Hugo Coleman, Owen McNamara, Pierre Carnet, Ava McMahon, Fionn English, Adrian Gill, then it was Richard Borescu, Callum McIntyre, Morgan Moore, Nathan Mitchell, Emily Stafford, Jack Kennedy, Michaela O'Sullivan, James King, Ava Moore, and Doreen McMahon. Luke Kelly, unfortunately not getting running there. Next up, our X30 juniors. On the pole for this, Ben McCloughery, but the earlier heat won by the local man, TJ Taff. Now we return to IAMI action. It's the IAMI X30 Juniors out on circuit. And on the pole for this one, Ben McCloughery. But it wasn't the best of races for him this morning in the wet conditions. Ended up outside the top 10 and had to pull off with his kart with about 3-4 minutes to go. It was TJ Taff, the fabulous performer for T-Sport this morning, taking the win ahead of Adam Holmes in second. But Adam pushed him all the way. Should be a good one, this one. Taff on the front row, so it has the pace in the dry as well. Can he put it up to McCloughery once more? At a lot higher speed than we were this morning. And they're rounding through to the tram tracks now. Someone's actually pulled off here, but we're still going to accelerate, and we're going in towards the first corner. Ben McCloughery has to defend 3, 4, 5, but still leads ahead of TJ Taff in second. Good start for Taff, despite looking like he was going to be hung out to dry on that outside again. Joe Murphy is in third. Adam Holmes in fourth. You can see just biding his time. He knows he's got the pace, and he'll try to get past sooner rather than later. Oh, and we have 2 carts off in the first couple of corners, one bouncing across the gravel and a new ringing around Whiteriver, and one heading straight back to the pit lane. That cart badly wounded, just pulling off there. Still Ben McCloughery in the lead of this, ahead of TJ Taff. But we have a couple wounded very early on here in the IAMI X30 Juniors. Joel Murphy third, Adam Holmes fourth, Jack McLaughlin in fifth, Tyke Buckley sixth, Aaron Murphy seventh, John Foley Jr. in eighth, Chad Lehman in ninth, ahead of Eric Gilsonen in 10th position. Already running into trouble is Martin Shannon, James Nolan, Danny Carroll, Jack Murphy and Mark Fleming, who have not registered a lap, and dare I say most of them won't register a lap. Still battle on for the race lead, and Joel Murphy is pushing TJ Taff all the way here, and Taff subsequently pushing Ben McCloughery. Heads ducked down towards the steering wheel to maximise the speed in the straight. Good last lap for Chad Lehman, up a spot to 8th. Excellent moves. Now, still Ben McCloughery in the lead of this one, back towards turn number 13 again. Not much movement here in the IAMI X30s. It's all close, it's all KG racing amongst the pack. Waves of encouragement from the pit wall, telling them to get a move on. TJ Taff, oh, just a bit wide there, and is now under pressure from Joel Murphy. Fastest lap of the race came from Jack McLaughlin last time round. And last time round in race number 1, Jack McLaughlin 8th, currently in 6th spot. So running that little bit better. Just about 4 or 5 tenths of a second off the cart in front of him. That is, while it was Tyke Buckley, as McLaughlin is up and ahead, and Buckley now battling with Jack McLaughlin. They're still ducking and dicing. This will give a bit of breathing room to Adam Holmes and Joel Murphy in front. As they run now, Ben McCloughery, TJ Taff, Joel Murphy, now Jack McLaughlin up to 4th, ahead of Adam Holmes. That's very impressive. Adam Holmes, winner last time out, and an ace in an X30 Junior machine. So Jack McLaughlin running very strong indeed, and Adam Holmes has dropped down to 6th position now, I believe, behind Tyke Buckley. What a lead Ben McCloughery's developed on this lap. And Joel Murphy feels he's got to get past TJ Taff ASAP if he wants a chance at winning this one. Tees up and move on Taff. Doesn't go for it down the inside into the penultimate corner. Fancies his chances down the straights. But TJ Taff's cart has been running very well indeed. Had a couple of issues the last time we were here in Whiteriver. He was in our road tax that day, but running very strong today in the IAMI. And now Joel Murphy ahead of Taff as they come back towards us in the paddock building. Joel Murphy up to 2nd position in the 716. TJ Taff is down to 3rd. Still podium position for Taff, and it would give him a great starting spot for the final. But TJ Taff would want that 2nd spot. A true competitor is TJ, and will always be fighting for the race win when he can. Fastest lap of the race still does belong to Jack McLaughlin. We've not beaten it in some time. In a couple of the minor placings, Charlie Gardner has got past Michaela Hart. Jamie English getting past Zach Burke. That's for 14th. And the three we have, or two we've lost without running, is Martin Shannon and James Nolan. Both pulling aside, of course. Not long left in this one. 2:15 plus a lap. It's looking very, very, very good for Ben McCloughery. Charlie Gardner involved in a bit of a fight here, as is John Foley Jr. And Foley gets ahead of Chad Lehman on the last lap. Just under 0.6 of a second separates Ben McCloughery and Joel Murphy at the front of this one. Murphy quicker on the last 2 laps, but Ben McCloughery just controlling at the front. Look how close Murphy's getting through the corners though, really driving well. 2 laps, or 3 laps to go at the line. We're going to get 3 more in based on how quick they're running here. Ben Connolly with a poor last lap, lost 2 positions to Jamie English and Zach Berg. Very disappointing for Jamie, or for Ben Connolly, sorry. Not disappointing for Jamie. He's up a spot to 13th. Joel Murphy still not able to have a go at Ben McCloughery, but he has caught him. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass, and Ben McCloughery is going to defend for his life. 2 laps to go then. Joel Murphy second. Ben McCloughery in the race lead. McCloughery started on pole. Joel Murphy started third, but has worked his way past TJ Taff. TJ has a nice gap ahead of Tyke Buckley in 4th now. So Buckley getting ahead of Jack McLaughlin. A job well done for Tyke. Lap to go then. And Joe Murphy is the closest he's ever been to Ben McCloughery, but McCloughery just defends well. Oh, there's a beautiful move. A little bit behind that, Aaron Murphy, I believe, has just dove past, or sorry, it's Adam Holmes and Aaron Murphy, yes, who've both got past Jack McLaughlin. So McLaughlin down to 7th here. Is there going to be a last gasp move from Joel Murphy? Just seems a little bit too far back for it to happen, certainly in this first sector. Something might happen in sector 2 or 3, but McCloughery running very strong indeed in this second heat. He's led from the front. No woes, similar to heat number 1 this time. And now for the final corners, Ben McCloughery is going to be able to take the win ahead of Joel Murphy in 2nd place. Fast lap in this one still belonging to Jack McLaughlin, but he's just fallen off the pace a little bit. Here comes Ben McCloughery across the start-finish line to win heat number 2. Ahead of Joel Murphy in 2nd. TJ Taff comes home in 3rd. Tyke Buckley in 4th. Then Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Jack McLaughlin, John Foley Jr., Chad Lehman and Charlie Gardner rounds out the top 10. Then it is Michaela Hart, Eric Gilson and Jamie English, Zach Burke, Ben Conley, Jamie Movey, Charlie Cosgrove, Ray Healy, Conor O'Grady, Martin Shannon and James Nolan. Folks, it's the T4 seniors coming up in a few moments. So now it's time for our Tillotson T4 seniors, and there was a little bit of a hiatus on the on-track action for anyone watching on the stream. Just a little bit of track, or a little bit of lawnmower recovery. Another interesting thing is there was a few little spots of rain, nothing major in comparison to earlier on this morning, but a few little droplets that may develop over the course of this 8-minute plus a lap Tillotson T4 senior race. Josh Allen on the pole for it, ahead of Joe Bechtold, but neither of them finished first and second in the heat race. It's Luke Palmer who did. And of Aaron Coogan and Ewan Miller, and then it was Josh Allen in fourth. So this should be a good one. Keep an eye on the fast starters behind, but definitely still keep your eyes towards the front. Heading through the final corners now, into the tram lines. Josh Allen will get us underway. Yeah, and they're held, and now they're underway, and Joe Bechtold gets a good start, but Josh Allen leads into the first corner, still leads into the first corner, and Josh Allen defends his pole position. Bechtold has not got a good start once again, and I believe that is Luke Palmer, who is already up to second place, the winner from earlier on. Aaron Coogan looking to fight through as well, although Coogan starting in sixth behind Wilson. Brian Wilson, that is. Zach Burke looking to get in the mix as well. But it's a much better start this time round for Josh Allen. Of course, this was a wet race earlier this morning, or certainly they're on wet tyres. Track did dry pretty quickly, but they're on total slicks now on a very dry and rubbered-in circuit. Luke Palmer defending from those behind, but it will be Josh Allen who manages to lead the opening lap this time. Luke Palmer in second, then it's Aaron Coogan in third, Joe Bechtold in fourth, Ewan Miller in fifth, then it is Keith Burke, Warren Russell, Peter Brett, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Brian Wilson, Luke Kavanagh, Conor O'Neill, Elijah Mooney, Dylan Johnson, then it is Ollie Clark, Max O'Neill, Adam Butler, Adam Perry, Evan Darcy, then it is Pavlov Kishkan, Jeremy Toomey, Robert Butler, Tyler Britton, Michael Gallagher, Niall Leahy, Ben McNulty, and Isabel McDermott to round out the order. Josh Allen, nice comfortable lead. Ahead of second place, Luke Palmer, who was under pressure from Aaron Coogan behind. Coogan, of course, finished behind Palmer in the opening heat. He's not going to this time. Dives down the inside. Beautiful move into turn 13 for Aaron Coogan. And he's ahead of Luke Palmer now. Aaron Coogan is going to set his sights on Josh Allen in front. Joe Bechtold has got a much better start this time round, and he remains in fourth. Had a good qualifying, did Bechtold, but wasn't able to keep that position on the wet tyres earlier on this morning. And now, Josh Allen, with a comfortable lead of about 0.7 of a second. The gap has closed since Aaron Coogan overtook Luke Palmer, who is struggling a little bit. And Bechtold, is he going to look down the inside? He is, swoops down the inside, runs very wide, does Joe Bechtold. And now there's a bit of contact made between himself and Keith Burke behind. Burke looking for the move on the Dutch representative here at Whiteriver. He's not going to be able to go down the inside. Too far behind, and Bechtold, a man with experience abroad in this Tillotson, especially in the Italian T4 Championships, remains in front. Still, Josh Allen, Coogan, Palmer, Bechtold, Burke, Miller, Russell, Brett, Mackenzie, Smith, Wilson. Your top 10. And it's all getting very bunched up. Joe Bechtold having wobbles here or there, but still putting Luke Palmer under a humongous amount of pressure in towards turn number 13 now. A real overtaking opportunity. Bechtold doesn't go for it. Keith Burke gives him a nudge. Burke looking for the spot now. Burke for Oran Henry Racing in the green helmet. The man behind him, Warren Russell, his teammate. in the slightly yellow-orangey colour, whatever that may be. Still Palmer who leads Bechtold in the battle for third. No real movement amongst those. There's plenty of movement behind. Peter Brett is up a spot, as is Brian Wilson, as is Luke Kavanagh, as is Dylan Johnson. All up spots. And of course subsequently losing places, Warren Russell, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Conor O'Neill and Elijah Mooney. Lead of the race, the gap for the lead of the race, I should say, significantly decreased between Josh Allen and Aaron Coogan. That is because Aaron Coogan just pumped in the fastest lap of the race. Joe Bechtold into turn one. He loses 2 positions and he's now fighting not to lose a third. Joe Bechtold is behind Keith Burke and Ewan Miller now. Doesn't want to fall behind Peter Brett either. You can see Bechtold, blue and white suit, gold helmet, just circling round behind Ewan Miller and Keith Burke. I think he could even be behind Peter Brett now, to be brutally honest. And that is the sort of flailing he did earlier on today. Josh Allen hasn't succumbed to the pressure of Aaron Coogan just yet. Luke Palmer is being overtaken by Keith Burke. Lovely sneaky move by Keith Burke down the inside, gets the job done. And now here comes Peter Brett looking to introduce himself, the novice racer in the Tillotson T4 senior class, putting it up to very experienced Tillotson racers. Still battling amongst midfield. And still battling for the lead of the race. 1:40 plus a lap to go. We're lapping in the 55s. And it is still Josh Allen in the lead of this race. Finished 10th in Kiltorkin, did Josh Allen, but he's been on the money since the offset, since yesterday testing here at Whiteriver. Oh, someone's gone off. That is one of the Oran Henry Racing racers. I think it could be Warren Russell in the 407. Not too sure, but we'll get confirmation at the timing beam. Conor O'Neill had been a great last lap, up 2 spots. He's now in 9th ahead of Warren Russell and Luke Kavanagh, and Jack Mackenzie Smith, who's fallen all the way to 12th. Two laps to go. Josh Allen still in the lead of this one. Second place, Aaron Coogan. If Coogan was to finish second here, he'd stay second. Or if Coogan was to finish second here, it'd be his second of the afternoon. He doesn't want to finish second. He wants to get ahead of Josh Allen. Yellow flags are being waved. Someone is out of the cart just behind one of the trees here at Whiteriver. And that corner, turn number 9, has caused an awful lot of problems. Yellow flags are waving. No overtaking in that zone. That'll play nicely into the hands of Josh Allen. One more lap to go. Is Aaron Coogan able to find a way past? Josh Allen has defended superbly since Coogan caught him about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Now, here is Aaron Coogan. He's fallen back a little bit to Josh Allen. Not what he wants. Runs a tighter line through turn number 6. That works out okay. He'll have one more go maybe into turn number 13, but it's looking unlikely for Aaron Coogan to get past Josh Allen. This is just for the second heat victory, of course. Finals for the T4 seniors to come up very shortly. And there goes Josh Allen through turn number 9 and up the hill. If he gets through this next corner, you feel that maybe the day done. Coogan doesn't look for it. He's going to settle for second, and Josh Allen is going to win from the pole after an earlier disaster. Josh Allen ran through the final corner, and he's going to take this one. Fantastic stuff for Josh Allen. Takes the checkered flag and wins ahead of Aaron Coogan in second. Keith Burke in third ahead of Peter Brett in fourth. Brilliant race for Peter Brett. Luke Palmer in fifth, then Ewan Miller in sixth, Brian Wilson in seventh, and it was Conor O'Neill, Dylan Johnson, Luke Kavanagh, Max O'Neill, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Warren Russell, Robert Butler, Elijah Mooney, Tyler Brereton, Adam Butler, Adam Perry, Ollie Clark, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Evan Darcy, Ben McNulty, Pavlov Kishkan, Michael Gallagher, Isabel McDermott, and unfortunately pulling off, we didn't notice it, Joe Bechtold. Great win for Josh Allen. Next up, T4 Senior 168s. So now it's time for the Tillotson T4 Senior 168s. And with pole position in this one, and winner of heat number 1, a rare double so far today, is Colin Manelli. Then it is Kyle Kavanagh in second, and again, second in heat 1. And again, Brendan Bleeks in third, and third in heat number 1. There was a good scrap in the midfield between these two, and of course there was a bit of a controversial moment between Niall Herson and Colin Manelli when Manelli got the move done. Well, here we go then. This one should be a feisty affair in the Senior 168s. Riding through the final corner. Manelli controls the pace. Kyle Kavanagh on the outside, and now they go. Great start for Kavanagh. Manelli's bogged down a little bit on the inside. Who's going to lead through turn number 1? It is still going to be Colin Manelli. Brendan Bleeks in third, dives down the inside of Kyle Kavanagh, and Brendan Bleeks is ahead. Niall Herson in fourth position, not able to gain a spot, but is hot on the heels of Kyle Kavanagh, and Kavanagh struggling on this opening lap, it seems. Niall Herson right close in towards turn number 8 through the downhill left-hander, now back up the hill towards the downhill turns number 10, 11 and 12. Niall Herson right on the tail. Scott Garvey behind these two, as well as Mikey Brennan. Garvey and Brennan. A brilliant scrap earlier on today. So, Colin Manelli, race leader. Brendan Bleeks in second. Kyle Kavanagh in third. Niall Herson in fourth. And it's Mikey Brennan, Scott Garvey, Niall O'Flynn, Mark Gorman, Sean Herson, Eddie Roach, Thomas Croke, and unfortunately a non-starter in the form of Peter McBride. Brendan Bleeks under a lot of pressure here from both Kyle Kavanagh and Niall Herson. Herson closer to Kavanagh than Kavanagh is to Bleeks, but Bleeks still under pressure. Fastest lap of the race on that one, I kid you not, goes to Eddie Roach in 10th position with a 57.3. So Eddie Roach has had his Weetabix this morning and is lapping very well despite starting quite far down the order. Actually started in 7th but has fallen down to 10th. But running strong here, it seems, on lap 2 at least. 5 minutes and 30 to go. Plenty of time for anything to happen. Whole race could change in the blink of an eye. Still Colin Manelli in the race lead. Brendan Bleeks under pressure from Kyle Kavanagh. And if Kavanagh can get a good run out of the final corner, he will be putting Brendan Bleeks under pressure. Kavanagh opts for the inside line into turn number 1. No, can't do it. Now Niall Herson is going to try capitalise on that. He backs out of it last minute. And it was looking like Niall Herson was going to be ahead of Kyle Kavanagh. Niall Herson looking for the move still on Kyle Kavanagh. And I tell you what, the fastest lap on that one, another outlier potentially. Ryan Herson in 8th spot with the fastest lap. So the front runners, not the quicker runners, here in the T4 Senior 168s. Still Colin Manelli in the lead of this. Brendan Bleeks has survived the onslaught from Kyle Kavanagh and Niall Herson behind, but they've got the run on him. Down towards turn number 1. No move still. Harrison might look for the move on Kavanagh once again. He doesn't, just stays behind. And there's no dangerous moves down the inside here. It's all a calm and cautious approach. They know a final grid spot is on the line here. Still running as they were. Niall Herson putting Kyle Kavanagh under a bit of pressure. Into the first corner. And now here comes Niall Herson. Best opportunity of the race for him. Herson down the inside. Has the good line, but Kyle Kavanagh is going to keep it on the inside here. And Kyle Kavanagh defends. Eye of the needle stuff from Kyle Kavanagh. Well done. Gets ahead. Stays ahead, I should say. No move being made from Niall Herson. Colin Manelli, nice comfortable lead in front. He won the final in Kiltorkin by about 6 seconds in this class. He'd love to repeat, but still a long way away from that just yet. Have to complete Heat 2 first. We'll have one more Heat 2 after this, and then we go for the finals. Starting with our Bambinos, of course. Still Colin Manelli, just extending the gap as we go under 2 minutes. So once again, it's a battle for the podium. That is the interesting one in the 168s. Bleaks, Kavanagh, Herson, all very close together out on circuit. Colin Manelli now, the fastest lap of the race, took it on the last trip round. Will he repeat? He won't. Slower, but not that it matters. Niall Herson, good run on Kyle Kavanagh, but again stays behind. Herson's got to get a bit braver under the braking, and he doesn't. Lifts off earlier. So Kyle Kavanagh's confidence on the stop pedal is what's keeping him in front here. If he didn't have that confidence, he would definitely be behind by now. Yellow flags being waved here, and we've someone stopped just right in front of us here in the paddock building. And it looks to be Niall O'Flynn. A disappointing and premature end to the race with 2 laps to go. And it is indeed Niall O'Flynn who stood behind the barrier. The car parked up. Not the ending to the race he would have wanted. So on to the last lap of the race then for Colin Manelli, and now finally Kyle Kavanagh's having a go on Brendan Bleaks in towards the first corner. Is he ahead? He isn't, and still side by side through turn 2. Kyle Kavanagh not able to get past, and defence is the theme of the day here in the 168s. Brendan Bleeks just holding off Kyle Kavanagh, and Niall Herson there in fourth. As Colm Manelli rounding for the final few corners. Brendan Bleeks still defending from Kyle Kavanagh in for the final sector, but Colm Manelli fabulous once again and dominant. And it will be Manelli who takes the race victory, second of the day. He's done the double and will be looking for the triple in the final. Brendan Bleeks is going to come home in second ahead of Kyle Kavanagh. Niall Herson will come home in third spot. Kavanagh just pips him on the line for second. So Kyle Kavanagh second, Brendan Bleeks third, then it is Niall Herson, Mikey Brennan, Scott Garvey, Ryan Herson, Eddie Roach, Mark Gorman, Thomas Croke, Niall O'Flynn and Peter McBride, with O'Flynn and McBride not being classified. X30 seniors up next. Pole for this one, Andre Dabija. Now it's time for our Miami X30 seniors. And on pole for this one, Andre Dabija. Of course, brilliant win from him earlier this morning. Second, Jack Buckley finished second in that one as well. And then it's John Norris in third place. Luke Agnew starts fourth, finished fourth earlier on. And Evan Johnson starts in 5th place, but fell down the order to 7th in this morning's heat. A lot of tire temperature being worked into these IAMI X30s by Jack Buckley. Knows he needs a performance and a half to beat André Dabaja. And here they are for the final corner, approaching the tram lines. It'll be Dabaja on the inside of the corner, Buckley on the outside. We expect it to be a battle between the two, and now here we go racing in Whiteriver. Great start, Jack Buckley, gonna try it round the outside, is he? Yes! What a move by Buckley. The aggressive tyre warming worked out because he just had enough grip to hang it round the outside of turn number 1. 2nd place still André Dabaja, but Buckley is in the lead of this one, and we have a new leader in the X30s for the first time today. 3rd place, John Norris gets off the line okay. Luke Agnew is still running as well. What a start by Jack Buckley. Dream start to hang it around the outside of the poleman, but Dabaja looking for this one. Let's now see what André is made of, because of course he's led from the front. We know he can defend. Let's see what his overtaking is like as they cross the timing beam. It is Jack Buckley in the lead of the race, André Dabaja 2nd, John Norris in 3rd, and it is Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Jack Dillon, Evan Johnson, Emer Carey, Martin Foley, and Daniel Kavanagh to round out the top 10. As here comes André Dabaja. Oh, what a move down the inside from out of nowhere. You don't usually dive down the inside of turn 5 here at Whiteriver. Well, the quickest man in an X30, it seems, says different. Brilliant move by André Dabaja. He is into the lead of the race. John Norris in 2nd. And then it is, John Norris in 3rd, Jack Buckley in 2nd. And Jack Buckley is going to want to make amends of that move. And André Dabaja just pulled off an absolute corker down the inside. Here comes Jack Buckley, looking for this one again. He's going to be forced to the outside here of André Dabaja, but he's tried the switchback manoeuvre and he sells Dabaja a dream. Jack Buckley back down the inside, and André's been forced to the outside. That allows John Norris up through as well. And John Norris is now in 2nd position, highest he's been all day in the X30s. Brilliant racing so far in this. What we didn't really get to see this morning, we're certainly getting to see now in heat number 2. And André Dabaja is fallen to 3rd in this one. Lowest he's been. Jack Buckley in the lead of the race once again, with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go plus a lap. Plenty of time for a move to be made. Luke Agnew getting back past Sean Hogan. That's for 4th spot. And fastest lap of the race belonging to Evan Johnston, all the way down in 7th. Jack Buckley sweeps through the downhill left-hander with John Norris chasing him. John Norris has been behind Buckley for all of our X30 senior action today, but that was for 2nd and 3rd. Now it's for 1st and 2nd. Luke Agnew hustling away in 4th to try catch up to these 3 and give himself a chance of a podium in heat number 2. And André Dabaja has got it together, and he's right behind John Norris down towards the 1st corner. Now they're looking for a move, and André Dabaja dives down the inside of 1. He goes for them both, and now he runs wide, and sweeping through is Jack Buckley. Buckley, Norris side by side. Norris, Buckley in towards turn number 5. What a battle this is, and I tell you what, Luke Agnew almost snuck in through there as well. Dabaja caused all that going for it initially, but he's fallen back down to 3rd. Brilliant battling between Jack Buckley and John Norris at the start of this one. Well, the start, we're in the middle now, 4 minutes plus a lap to go. And it is Jack Buckley who is still in the lead, John Norris in 2nd. As they're rounding in through the final corner, André Dabaja looking for this one down towards turn number 1. This is where he made his move a lap ago and kicked off that little battle. Bit of space now for Jack Buckley to work with. John Norris in second. Andre Dabage in third. Dabage's going to look for this one. He's got a great run out of the final sector once again. As they fly down the start-finish straight. Jack Buckley still in the lead of this one. Ahead of John Norris in second. Fastest lap of the race now belonging to Jack Buckley. Dabage down the inside of turn number 13. Nicks the rear corner of John Norris. That'll compromise his run for the next few corners. Minute and 55 plus a lap to go. Jack Buckley, bit of breathing room for him now. Real fight is between John Norris and Andre Dabage for second. Now here they come, ready for the final corners. 2 laps to go, and it's all bunching up once again. Is there a late twist in this X30 tail? Dabage is looking for the move on John Norris into turn number 1, and Andre Dabage is now finally ahead and into second place. Can he catch up and pass Jack Buckley, or is it too little, too late for the poleman? He's in second, meaning he most likely will keep the pole for the final. He'll be on the front row anyways. But Buckley's had a fantastic lap here to try and pull away from Andre Dabage. Just needs to keep it clean the last lap, and he should be okay. There's been not much movement at the back. We're running through the full results in a lap's time, but it is still Buckley, Dabage, Norris, Agnew. Luke Agnew, a very steady runner in fourth. Now checkered flag, ready and waiting for Jack Buckley, who survives the late push from Andre Dabage to win the X30 heat number 2. Great win for Jack Buckley. Andre Dabage second, John Norris third, and it is Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Jack Dillon, Luke Agnew has fallen to 7th on that last lap, having a bit of an off. It is Luke Agnew, Emer Carey, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane O'Neill, Martin Foley, and then Clara O'Regan. Finals will start very shortly, starting of course with our T4 Bambinos. Now, the first of our finals here at round 4 of the MI T4 and IAMI Championships. And this one is the T4 Bambinos. Danny Clancy on pole for heat number 1 and for heat number 2. And took the victory in both. Robbie Lyons performing excellently as well. Will be alongside him on the front row. It's then Emerson Hannon, who is in 3rd, with Ollie Keneally in 4th. And Christian Adam in 5th position. And now the green flag waves, and we are away, and Robbie Lyons has not got away, and it is a slow start for Robbie Lyons. He's already down the back, and Emerson Hannon is challenging in towards the first corner. Danny Clancy on the outside, Emerson Hannon on the inside, and Emerson Hannon leads in towards turn number 2. Robbie Lyons just not aware of the green flag, I think, and just got caught out by it, but he's now going to have to work his way through. It is Emerson Hannon in the race lead. A great start for him, and we have a spinner early on. And I think it is Robbie Lyons who spun round as well, so a disastrous start for Lyons. Gets even worse. But Emerson Hannon away with this one. And well in front, Danny Clancy in 2nd. Of course, a longer duration for the final. This is a 6-minute heat, 4 minutes and 30 to go. And as they round through, it is Emerson Hannon in the race lead. Danny Clancy in 2nd. Then it looks to be Robbie Lyons in 3rd. So despite the spin, he's caught up and he's in 3rd place ahead of Ollie Keneally and Christian Adam. It is Robbie Lyons in 3rd. Then it is Christian Adam and Ollie Keneally. Perfect start for Emerson Hannon. Exactly what he would have wanted from the 3rd spot. To have a +2nd lead over Danny Clancy after just a lap. Of course, Emerson Hannon, as we mentioned earlier, son of Kieran Hannon. And I'm all but contractually obliged to mention his successful outings in Formula V, one of Ireland's premier single-seater classes. Now here is Emerson Hannon towards the start-finish line. What's the gap going to be between the two? It's going to be 4.2. What a lap by Emerson Hannon. 1:14.6, whereas Danny Clancy 1:16.9. So there was a mistake for Clancy there somewhere. Great little tussle here between Christian Adam and Ollie Keneally. Christian Adam well on the pace from where they were earlier. Fighting with Ollie Keneally here. And it is Ollie Keneally who gets that spot and is ahead. So still a comfortable lead for Emerson Hannon. 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap to go. And Emerson Hannon Crossing the start-finish line now. It's not a new fastest lap, but it is a 1:14.6 for the second consecutive lap in a row, and the gap is now up to 6.4 seconds. Of course, Emerson Hannon, third in quali, second in heat number 1. Looking for the trifecta of podium placings and going for first here in the final. What a result it would be for Emerson. Emerson Hannon extending the gap by quite a margin again. And this could be another personal best for Emerson. 2 more laps to go. He comes across the timing beam. Not a personal best, 10 of a second off. But still very consistently in the 1:14s is Emerson Hannon. 9 seconds now. The race lead ahead of Danny Clancy, and Clancy was the pace setter very early on today. But whatever has happened, it is Emerson Hannon's time to shine. Emerson Hannon heading through turns 12, 13, 14, and already into the final couple of corners as Danny Clancy just entering them now. Last lap board shown for Emerson Hannon as the lap time dips over the 1:15 for the first time, but I don't really think Emerson Hannon is going to be too annoyed about that, given he has a 13-second lead over Danny Clancy. What a performance this has been. Got the jump, was aided by the poor start for Robbie Lyons, but got ahead of Danny Clancy in through the first corner. And has led since then, has not looked back, significantly quicker throughout the whole duration of this race. Ollie Keneally and Christian Adam still very close out on circuit, having their own little fight. It's been a massive improvement in performance from Christian Adam throughout the day, but here comes Emerson Hannon rounding through the final corners now in the number 106 to take the overall win here for the T4 Bambinos in the final. Fantastic performance from Emerson Hannon, who sees the checkered flag and takes the race victory. Second place will go to Danny Clancy, third to Robbie Lyons, fourth is Ollie Keneally, fifth Christian Adam. And that will round out the T4 Bambinos. Next up, it's going to be the T4 Minis. Now time for our Tillotson T4 Minis. And on pole position for this one, Dermot Claridge, and alongside him, Harley Brereton, Jack Fingleton will start in third, and then Jack Miller in fourth, Billy Green in fifth. Then it's James Stafford, Max Cooling, Colin McMahon, and it's Varant Kumar. And Leonas Sarinskij in 10th position. And Shane Murphy, Stephen Doyle, and Oisin O'Sullivan. It's a good battling in this class, especially between Claridge and Brereton. We expect that to continue as they head towards the final couple of corners in formation. Brereton and Claridge have been side by side more than anyone today. Dermot Claridge just once again playing a bit of mind games with Harley Brereton. Here we go then, T4 final. Through the final corner onto the tram lines, and we're away here. Brilliant start from Brereton. Heading down towards the first corner. And they're getting a wave around. We will go again. There's a lot of waving on the race start, so that makes sense. We will try that again. As Dermot Claridge slightly out of position, I think. Right, let's try that again. We're lining up for the final couple of corners for our T4 Minis. Dermot Claridge, Harley Brereton, still on the front row. Nothing's changed there, and we still expect it to be a fantastic tussle. Here is Claridge in the orange suit, white helmet. Harley Brereton, yellow helmet, white suit, through the final corner, onto the tram lines, and now we're away. This time they get going, and Harley Brereton is on the outside still at Dermot Claridge. Or is it? No, we've been waved around again. So waved around once again. Not happy with the start there. And a second wave around to here at the T4 Mini final. We'll get it going eventually, folks, don't worry. Or at least I hope so. Certainly is not going to help the nerves of the drivers out on track. They just want to get that full pace and drive their best race. All this added anticipation, not a good recipe for anxiety. Certainly there'll be a couple of drivers out there feeling the pressure. The starts have been fairly good today. Hopefully this is just a little blip and we can get going eventually. Right then, third time is the charm, hopefully. Still Dermot Claridge Jr. and Harley Brereton on the front of the field. And this start much, much slower. Fingleton, eager to go in third. And is this going to be the one that sees us going round through the final corner onto the tram lines for a third time? And now I think we are finally away. Great start for Harley Brereton. Dermot Claridge. No, we're being waved around again. We are being waved around for a third time, I think. Or are we? Certainly one of the marshals, as we have been red flagged. Red flag is becoming a little bit silly. Third time, not the charm. Don't think ever in a commentator's career that phrase hasn't worked out well. But nevertheless, we are under red flag now. And the officials very much annoyed with something. So we get going once again for the T4 Minis. Not sure how much you folks at home picked up on that conversation, but pretty much the topic of it was that Claridge and Brereton are a little bit too eager and they're accelerating at the start of the tram lines rather than the yellow strip on the ground. Now, the more obvious fact is it's now absolutely lashing rain over County Louth once again, and the entire field of T4 Mini drivers are on slick tyres, and there's already 2 of them off in the gravel. Because when we started and we're supposed to start this race, it was bone dry, it was nice and sunny. Now they're all having their best auditions for the next episode, the next series of Dancing on Ice. What is this going to do for the race? I'm not so sure, but it's going to be interesting nonetheless. I'm not sure that race starts are going to be our problem anymore. It's going to be keeping it on the asphalt. Now, Claridge and Brereton, nice and slow, as they were told to be. Very important to keep the kart on track. The helpful thing here is they're not going to be looking to accelerate too early. They just want to stay in a straight line. And unfortunately, we're not going to get going either, because the red flag has come out once again, and the start has been halted. We will line up once again. They were all in the tram lines this time, to be fair. But that's because they were told to stop. So another red flag for the T4 Minis here at round 4 of the MI T4 and IAMI Championship. Red flag due to the conditions, presumably. Now we return to on-track action, and it is the T4 Minis that we will try get going once again. A quick update to the timetable for today is the X30 Juniors have been moved to the last race of the afternoon. Unsurprisingly, Dermot Claridge, Harley Burton on the wet tyres as well as the rest of the field. And the rain protectors are well and truly on the suits. And here we go then, in through the final corners. After about 25 minutes of a wait, we're finally getting the T4s underway. They're into the tram lines, and now Harley Burton accelerates, as does Dermot Claridge. And finally we are underway for the T4 Minis. It's Claridge who leads into the first corner. Harley Burton is going to try the up and under in towards turn number 2. Harley Burton latest on the brakes, and he is into the race lead ahead of Dermot Claridge Jr. Claridge Jr. has gone skating round the outside of turn 2 and 3, but somehow keeping second place and even going for the race lead. Burton runs wide. Dermot Claridge is back into the race lead and is ahead now. Harley Burton fighting with Jack Fingleton in the battle for third, heading through the left-hander. Harley Burton just looking for the clean line, doesn't really have it, slides over a few puddles, slides through the middle of the corner, but has just about kept second place. And they're side by side, heading through turn number 9 now. And still Jack Fingleton looking for it on the inside line, has got it done. Burton struggling in the wet conditions. Unlike his brother, it was an absolute ace in the wet earlier, Wesley. Harley struggling just that little bit. Claridge under pressure for the race lead. Side by side heading in towards turn number 14. Dermot Claridge Jr. just about holds onto it in through the final curve. Is he able to? No, they're side by side across the line, and it is going to be Jack Fingleton who leads in the T4 Minis across the timing beam. Dermot Claridge Jr. in second, or is he? Back down the inside, great battling in the wet amongst these two. Burton loses out on third spot, he's now down to fourth. Fingleton on the outside line through here, which is arguably the grippier line, goes for the up and under. Piece of savvy driving from Jack Fingleton to take the race lead. Finished fourth and third earlier did Fingleton, but he's now leading here in the T4 Minis in the wet conditions. 4 minutes 15 seconds plus 1 lap to go. It is Miller in third, Burton fourth, and Billy Green in fifth, Max Cooling in sixth. Then it is Colin McMahon as yellow flags are out. We have someone spun round at turn number 9, but I think they've 360'd it, and they are still pointing in the right direction. And now elbows all out amongst Harley Burton and Dermot Claridge, just like we've seen all day today. Claridge side by side with Burton, and Burton, oh, there's a little bit of a nudge from Claridge. These two have been at each other's throats all day, and they still are in towards turn number 1. Harley Burton is ahead for PBR, and Dermot Claridge Jr. falls down to third position. The lowest I think he's been probably all afternoon so far. Second and a first in the 2 heats, as well as the pole. And still, Dermot Claridge looking to try and just keep his line. It is Fingleton leading from Burton, and it is Claridge, Miller, Green, Cooling, McMahon, Murphy. Then it is Varant Kumar, Stephen Doyle, and James Stafford, unfortunately, not making to the circuit and not participating in this quite delayed Tillotson T4 Mini final. Side by side, Claridge back down the inside of Harley Burton, and Burton's been pushed wide. Hits the puddle and falls down to third. Dermot Claridge back up to second, but Jack Fingleton doesn't know his look at the front of this one. Leading by well over 2 seconds now. Fastest lap of the race in the last lap for Fingleton. He's the only man not just under the 110s, but under the 19s. It was a 108.911 for Jack Fingleton on the last lap, whereas Claridge and Burton lapping in the 110s, albeit having a bit of a battle while doing so, but lapping in the 110s. Bit of a mistake for Claridge, bit of a mistake for Jack Miller, who runs along the grass. Harley Brereton able to get past Dermot Claridge now, and those two swap positions. A lot of mistakes happening, of course, due to the wet conditions. Something that an Irish karter these days is used to. We've had a lot of rained out occasions, but something that is still definitely difficult to do. Defensive moves from Harley Brereton in towards turn number 1 on Dermot Claridge. And Claridge remains in 3rd place, so they've swapped round once again, but it was still Fingleton fastest. And now we've just got a timetable update once again, folks, for anyone who is here at the track. The X30 Junior Final will run in its original location after the T4 Juniors, so it's been moved back. What a performance this has been for Jack Fingleton so far. 2 laps to go. Just needs to keep it on the track. Slides it in through the final couple of corners. Brereton very smooth. Fingleton just a tad bit quicker. Jack Miller under pressure from Billy Green, running the famous Senna helmet. His orange OHR suit. No, sorry, not an OHR suit, just an orange suit. You see orange here, your brain's accustomed to OHR, but still Fingleton in the lead. Just about made it. 2 more laps to go. Side by side amongst Max Cooling, Jay Murphy and Colin McMahon. Side by side heading through turn number 7. Difficult to do in these conditions. As Fingleton extends the gap once more, and the gap has been extended between Brereton and Claridge as well. So it looks like, despite the good efforts, Dermot Claridge only going to get 3rd. Although now, as we say that, Brereton's had a poor run for the final couple of corners, and Dermot Claridge is going for this in towards turn number 1, and as they exit, it's still Harley Brereton ahead. But Dermot Claridge going to be given absolutely everything on this final lap to try and make a move stick. Same can be said for Billy Green, who's already got that move done. He's ahead of Jack Miller. That's in the battle for 4th. And now rounding through the final couple of corners are our front runners, and especially Jack Fingleton. They say rain is the great equaliser, and Fingleton has certainly performed. Only qualified 5th this morning, and maybe didn't dream of a win, but he can dream now. 3 more corners to go for Jack Fingleton, who will win by over 5 seconds. As Dermot Claridge Jr. dives down the inside on Harley Brereton. They're still side by side for the final couple of corners. Jack Fingleton takes the win. Who's going to take 2nd position? Is it going to be Harley Brereton? It is. It's going to be Harley Brereton who comes home in 2nd. Dermot Claridge Jr. in 3rd. Billy Green in 4th. And it is Jack Miller in 5th position ahead of Max Cooling. Jay Murphy is going to come home in 7th. First of the novices ahead of Colin McMahon, Stephen Doyle, Varant Kumar. Unfortunately, no running for James Stafford Jr. Excellent win for Jack Fingleton. Next up, we will have our Miami Cadets. On pole for this one, Danny Dempsey. Now time for our Miami cadets for their final. Pole position for this one, Danny Dempsey, who won heat number 2, lost heat 1 on the last lap. Alongside him, that winner of heat number 1, Charlie Blair. Lining up in third is Senna McLaughlin. Fourth, Ethan Woods. Then fifth, Ian Carey, Sophie Campbell in sixth. Then in seventh, Danny Murphy with eighth, Jack Harney ninth, Bobby Conley, and 10th, Ethan Robinson. This should be a good one. An absolute stacked Miami cadet grid here for the final. Dempsey will have the inside line into turn number 1. Charlie Blair on the outside. Wet tyres fitted. Let's get ready to go into the tram lines, and now it's a great start for Charlie Blair. Down towards turn number 1, immediately puts the squeeze on Dempsey, but Danny Dempsey will lead just with that more preferred inside line. Third place, Senna McLaughlin looking for something here as well, and as they exit turn number 1 and 2, there's been a right old swap around, and I think it is Blair. No, it's not. It's Senna McLaughlin diving for the inside. Brilliant move from McLaughlin. He's up. He's into the lead of this race, and he's looking to take his second round victory in a row, and it's a car park almost at turn number 5, but they all managed to get going. Once again, a couple of spinners hitting the wet patches on the inside of that corner. As they come back up the hill, Dempsey and Blair looking to avenge their first and second positions. And down the inside, that's Sophie Campbell. What a cracking start by Campbell. Up onto the podium places here on the very early stages after starting in 6th position. Past the timing beam, Senna McLaughlin in the race lead of the Miami cadets. Danny Dempsey in second. Sophie Campbell up to third. Cracking start, Ian Carey in fourth. Charlie Blair all the way down to 5th position. But we know his late race pace always excellent in these final races. Senna McLaughlin though, fantastic in the wet as of right now. Won in Kiltorkin, as we were saying. Hasn't won here today. Hasn't finished above third here today. Doing a stellar job nonetheless. Danny Dempsey under pressure from Sophie Campbell behind now. Charlie Blair behind Ian Carey, and even Ethan Robinson looking to introduce himself into that fight. Not many mistakes on this lap. But Senna McLaughlin pulling out a healthy lead here. Ahead of Danny Dempsey in second position. Sophie Campbell still in third. Running strongly. It is still McLaughlin, Dempsey, Campbell, Carey, Blair, then Bobby Conley. Getting ahead of Ethan Robinson. Danny Murphy ahead of Ethan Woods. A little bit of side-by-side action in some of the back markers. It was a fantastic last lap for Oliver Meredith, who was up 4 spots to 14th, and his second place in the novices behind Danny Mulvey. Meredith, fabulous in the wet in Kiltorkin for RMC. Looking to produce something similar here. Big move down the inside on Charlie Blair from Bobby Conley. And Bobby Conley is up and ahead. Looking to try put himself into that top 5. She absolutely has done so. Danny Murphy ahead of Ethan Robinson. Now Blair. It's got back past Conley. Well done, Charlie Blair. Defends the position nicely. With 4 minutes and 15 to go, though, this is really the Senna McLaughlin show. Dominant at the front of this one. Looking unfazed as of now. Side by side behind. I think Ian Carey is trying to start to work a move on Sophie Campbell as they just head out of our sight and up the hill. And yes, Ian Carey is ahead of Sophie Campbell for the final podium placing. Campbell's going to try back down the inside. There is movers behind. Bobby Connolly, Danny Murphy. Battling here with Charlie Blair. Senna McLaughlin still in the lead. Danny Dempsey, comfortable second. Then it is Ian Carey, Sophie Campbell, Bobby Connolly, Charlie Blair. Ethan Woods, Danny Murphy, Ethan Robinson and Corey Lyons running strong in 10th. Senna McLaughlin leading by about 4 seconds now over Danny Dempsey. Danny Dempsey about 2 seconds, or about a second now, over Ian Carey. And Sophie Campbell's lost another spot. Bobby Connolly, I tell you what, he's been fabulous in these wet conditions. Once the rain tyres came on in these cadets, Bobby Connolly's been a challenger. Bobby Connolly looking for a podium place here ahead of Ian Carey, down in towards the first corner. Has the slipstream. Is he able to pull it off? No, just stays behind for now. Probably the smarter choice anyways for Bobby Connolly. He'll go for it once he's a bit closer and knows he can pull off the move. Yellow flag in the final sector. Somebody has gone off. They are running again. Green flags being waved. Danny Dempsey under a lot of pressure from Bobby Connolly now. And Bobby fancies his chances. Oh no, sorry, not Danny Dempsey. Apologies, Ian Carey. Danny Dempsey still a comfortable second as of now. You can see the 615 fly past the paddock building. And now here's Bobby Connolly looking for the inside. Carey defends. And Ian Carey just about stays in front of Bobby Connolly. Sophie Campbell hoping to pick up the scraps of this one. We'll have two more laps after this one. Just about by the skin of our teeth. We'll have 2 more laps here in the IAME Cadet final. What a race by Senna McLaughlin, though. And he's going to have 2 more laps to bring it home. And Sophie Campbell has lost another position. No, dives down the inside of Charlie Blair. Little bit of a nudge, and Blair is sent off the track. Danny Murphy is going to be side by side here with Charlie Blair. And Ethan Woods looking to get involved as well as they round through the first corner. Still side by side. Sophie Campbell under pressure now once again. This time it's from Danny Murphy. Campbell runs the wide line. That's worked out okay for Campbell. And she stays ahead of Danny Murphy and Charlie Blair for the time being. But that is getting very close between that midfield pack. And they were almost free abreast. Entering in towards turn number 5. Dive down the inside. Very lucky not to make contact is Charlie Blair on Danny Murphy. Still squabbling is Charlie Blair, Ethan Woods. Ethan Robinson a good bit behind this pack, but he's going to take up a 9th place finish. Last lap of the race here. And it is all go for 5th position. Sophie Campbell defending from Charlie Blair and Ethan Woods in towards turn number 1. Campbell stays in front for the time being. One mistake though, and 3 carts are ready to swoop by. And now side by side between Danny Murphy and Ethan Woods, and it's looking like it's going to be Ethan Woods who comes out in front of that one. Danny Murphy demoted all the way to 8th. He was fighting for a podium position earlier on in the race, but Senan McLaughlin, a dominant win. As the sun comes out, he excelled in the rain. And once these IAME cadets go on wet tyres, he's a force to be reckoned with. Here is Senan McLaughlin rounding for the final corner to take the final win here in the IAME cadets. Danny Dempsey will come home in second, and it'll be Bobby Conley who comes home in a very impressive third ahead of Ian Carey in fourth. Who's going to get 5th position? It will be Sophie Campbell. Then it'll be Charlie Blair just about in 6th. Ethan Woods, Danny Murphy. Then Ethan Robinson, Oliver Meredith, Jaden McElhenney. Then it'll be Jack Harney, Ada O'Brien, Evan McCloughery. Oscar Miller will then come home in 15th ahead of Danny Mulvey, Liam Buckley, Tucker Frayne, Harry Ty Lee, Yanis Dobrin, Nicholas in 21st, and unfortunately Corey Lyons way down the back of the order with a non-start from Ben Lalu. That's the IAME cadets. Next up, T4 juniors. This is expected to be a good one. Now it's time for the Tillotson T4 Juniors, who are out on circuit. This has been an interesting class so far today. Pole position for this one belongs to Joey Carney, who will start with Eddie Somers Jr. alongside the front row. Wesley Brereton will start in third with Billy Clancy in fourth, and it is Robert Crayon Bolster in fifth. Sean Donegan in sixth with Ben O'Keefe in seventh, Spencer Casey in eighth, and it was Samuel Harris and Hugo Coleman who round out the top 10. And very slow getting into the sector, and someone has actually stopped, and we have a bit of an issue for one of the karts. Making a waved off start here. And yep, he's getting out of the kart, and there is a bit of an issue for someone. It was someone in the mid-pack, not one of our front runners, but certainly a very important moment for whoever that is. They're sat back in, and are they able to get going? No, I'm not too sure. This is a very disappointing moment for them. Is the start going to be waved off? It is, yep, we're getting a wave around, and understandably so in this situation. We do have a wave around. Right, let's try that again then, shall we? It is still Joey Carney on pole position with Eddie Somers alongside. Wesley Brereton up there as well is Billy Clancy. Through the final few corners. We're going to get going this time round. Who's going to get the launch? Will it be Carney? Will it be Somers as they come through the final corner onto the travel lines? And now we go. And there was someone in the middle of the grid there, heading down towards turn number one, and we have a wave around once again. This is the same issue from earlier. They're accelerating too early. And we have another wave around in the T4 Juniors. Now we seem fairly two abreast for the T4 Juniors. A third attempt at getting this race start. Still not the record for today. That still firmly belongs in the hands of the T4 Minis. But running for the final corner, Joey Carney and Eddie Somers looking to get us underway. And this looks a lot better. And yes, we're going this time. And it is Joey Carney who leads into the first corner, with Eddie Somers on the outside. Carney still in this race lead. And it's a Billy Clancy looking for it down the inside. That's a great start for Billy Clancy. Great start for Brereton as well. And it is still Joey Carney in the lead of this race. By the looks of things, Billy Clancy up to second. Great start for Billy Clancy. And now Billy Clancy pushing for the race leading position here on Joey Carney. Carney under pressure at the top of the grid. Joey Carney, of course, won one of the 2 earlier heats, and they're side by side, and it looks as if Clancy is ahead Joey Carney heading through the final. Is it Billy Clancy who's in the race lead? What a start it would be if it is. It's 3:09. It is Billy Clancy who's in the race lead. 3 spots gained on the opening lap. 2nd spot for Joey Carney. 3rd for Eddie Somers. Robert Bolster in 4th. Ben O'Keefe in 5th. Wesley Brereton has dropped all the way down to 8th. It was not a good start, as a matter of fact, for Wesley Brereton. Billy Clancy is thundering away at the front of this one. That's quite a nice gap over Joey Carney as well. He's not just leading. This is an impressive performance so far for Billy Clancy. He still has 8 minutes plus a lap to defend. Of course, a lot longer races now as they're free abreast, and it is Eddie Somers who is leading it. Brereton looking for a move here as well down the inside, but it is Eddie Somers who tries to sweep round the outside of Bolster, and free abreast down towards the first corner. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Is it going to be Eddie Somers? Oh, they all backed out. I thought we were going to be free wide through turn number 1. That would have been a disaster. But now we're free wide and towards turn number 2 again. Still side by side. And this is great racing in the juniors. Dive down the inside. It's Billy Clancy in the lead. Joey Carney 2nd. Ben O'Keefe 3rd. Then it is Robert Bolter, Spencer Casey, Eddie Somers Jr., Sean Donegan, Wesley Brereton, Pierre Carnet, Joey Cairns, Hugo Coleman, Morgan Moore, Owen McNamara, Saoirse McMahon, Tiernan O'Connor, Ava McMahon, Fionn English, Adrian Gill, Nathan Mitchell, Callum McIntyre, Emily Stafford, Kayla O'Sullivan, Jack Keneally, Luke Kelly, James King, Ava Moore, Doreen McMahon. Not an easy thing to say quickly, but it is, as a matter of fact, Billy Clancy who is in the race lead. For the minor placings, 3, 4, 5 wide. Some great racing going on here. Well, Billy Clancy still in control at the front. Good lap on the last lap for Spencer Casey, getting ahead of Robert Bolster. 6 minutes and 20 on the clock, plus a lap. Battle for 3rd now ongoing. Ben O'Keefe, Spencer Casey. Spencer Casey down the inside. Contact made between the two. And that is Spencer Casey, as far as I can tell, up to 3rd position. It is indeed 3:29. Spencer Casey up onto the podium. And Spencer Casey, of course, hasn't had the best of runs in the heats. Finished 10th in heat number 1 and was outside of the top 5 in heat number 2. Just been running really well, Spencer. Taking advantage of the slightly mixed track conditions. Seems like the majority are on slick tyres, as they probably should be for conditions such as this. But Billy Clancy still in the race lead with 5 minutes on the clock plus a lap. Fastest lap on the last lap for Spencer Casey. He's hunting down Joey Carney at the front of this one. Joey Carney 1 minute 1, Casey 59 58.7, I should say. Billy Clancy 59.3. Pierre Carnet having a good race in 8th spot as well. Hugo Coleman up to 12th after getting past Joey Carnes. Billy Clancy 59.2 on the last lap. Spencer Casey has clawed in our race leader, and it's a purple lap for Spencer Casey. 58.5, 1 minute. Flat 0.2 for Joey Carney. So Spencer Casey means business, wants to get second place in this one and really propel himself up the points order. Spencer Casey putting Carney under some pressure up the hill. And Spencer Casey, he's got it done! Carney round, spin for Joey Carney, and Spencer Casey's gone off as well. That's 2 of them off, heading through turn number 9. It's been a real problem corner all day. Oh, what was such a fabulous performance from Spencer Casey. Results in him spinning round. They don't seem to have got re-going just yet now. Casey is back on the track, but significant time loss, significant position loss. And Joey Carney, who finished 3rd last time out in Kiltorcan, won a heat here today. Very, very unfortunate. Spencer Casey dropping down the order. Joey Carney did manage to recover to 3rd. So Joey Carney still running okay here. Spencer Casey, the one who's lost out. It is Billy Clancy in the race lead, then Ben O'Keefe up to 2nd, Joey Carney in 3rd, then it is Robert Bolster in 4th, Eddie Somers Jr. in 5th, Spencer Casey now down to 6th spot, but I mean, he's got such good pace. He could still do something with this. 2 minutes and 15 plus a lap to go. Still enough time to make a few moves. He's 3.5 behind Eddie Somers in front, but lapping significantly quicker to the tune of about 3 seconds. Could still be something in this one for him. Blue flags being waved for the race leader. Oh, Billy Clancy. And Spencer Casey already on the back of Eddie Somers Jr. and he's got in front as well. That was literally 4 seconds gained in a lap by Spencer Casey. So safe to say he means business. There was a 102 flat in the last lap for Eddie Somers, who won last time in Kiltorcan. It was a 58.8, apologies, for Spencer Casey. Yellow flags are out. Someone else has gone round at us. Someone stood out of the cart through the long sweeping left-hander of turn number 7. As they pull the cart away from the racing line. Very, very disappointing there for them. Billy Clancy cruising now. Absolutely cruising. Billy Clancy lapping everyone up to almost the top 15 at this point. Owen McNamara has got a spot over Morgan Moore. 20 seconds plus a lap left to go. I believe it'll be one more. No, it'll be 2 more. Billy Clancy entering into the final 2 corners, so it'll be 2 more laps at the line. Billy Clancy realistically had the gap to make it 1 more lap, but you're not going to get into that nonsense in a race such as this. He's going to keep the foot to the floor and keep pushing and hope for a race win. Tillotson battling for 11th, and problems for Sean Donegan, who's fallen all the way down to 6th position. Nate Mitchell, Joey Carnes, Fionn English, Emily Stafford all gaining spots. Hugo Coleman down 3 as well, so disappointing there for a couple of guys as we are coming on to the last lap of this one. Billy Clancy looking to take the race win. He's been dominant. It's going to be over 10 seconds at the line if he keeps at this pace. As here comes Billy Clancy, down the hill, up the hill, towards the paddock building. Brilliant, brilliant win for Billy. And not one we really expected here in the T4 Juniors. That's been a fairly close run affair. But it is a day for Billy Clancy, who comes round through the final corner. A thumbs up, a celebration, and a fist pump of delight for Billy Clancy. An excellent win for him. Ben O'Keefe in second, Joey Carney then in third. Robert Bolster in fourth, then it was Spencer Casey who'll be coming home in fifth spot after an unfortunate spin that almost could have seen him catch Billy Clancy potentially. Eddie Sobbers will come home in sixth. It'll be Wesley Brereton in seventh, Pierre Carnet in eighth, Owen McNamara in ninth, Morgan Moore in 10th, ahead of Nathan Mitchell, Joey Carnes, Fionn English, Emily Stafford, Hugo Coleman. And then these positions below them, not decided just yet, still battling out on track. It will be Nathan Mitchell, Joey Carnes. No, Nathan Mitchell, Hugo Coleman, Fionn English, Emily Stafford, Joey Carnes, Callum McIntyre, Sean Donegan, Luke Kelly, Saoirse McMahon, Adrian Gell, James King, Ava McMahon, Jack Keneally, Ava Moore, Kayla O'Sullivan, Doreen McMahon, and unfortunately, retirement for Tiernan O'Connor. Next up, X30 Juniors. On pole for this one, TJ Taff. So it's time now for our IAMI X30 juniors. And with pole position for this one are these TJ Taff. Second, Adam Holmes. Third, Aaron Murphy. And then it'll be Ty Buckley, Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin, Michaela Hart, Charlie Gardner, Joel Murphy, Jamie English, Ben McCloughery, John Foley, then Charlie Cosgrove, Eric Gilson, Ben Connolly, Zach Burke, James Nolan, Jamie Mulvey, Conor O'Grady, Ray Healy, Danny Carroll, Martin Shannon, Jack Murphy and Mark Fleming. TJ Taff fancies his chances nicely here. He's had good pace all day, but he has a tough challenger in the form of Adam Holmes, who we know is excellent when it comes to racing X30 machinery. The final corner we go then. Can we get the start done first time? They were given a stern warning by the officials. And we can do. Adam Holmes has lost it. No, we can't. We're waved around again. Adam Holmes lost out big time on that one. We'll get home at some point, folks. But Adam Holmes, way back from the start, and for his sake, it's a good thing it's been waved around, because one side of the grid was significantly ahead of the other side. So one last extra bit of tyre warming, and we will try this start again. They've been told to up the pace a little bit. You got to wait for that yellow line on the tram tracks to start accelerating. Taff and Holmes, your front row once again. As they enter the tram lines, and now we're going, and it's a good start for TJ Taff on the inside. Adam Holmes going to try and hang it around the outside. Adam Holmes has hung it around the outside. Very impressive, but TJ Taff still with the optimal line for the next corner. Pushes Holmes all the way outside, but Adam Holmes hangs on to it. What a brilliant overtake by Adam Holmes. Taff squarely on the exit, but holds on to second place. Aaron Murphy will stay in third. Will he? No, he won't. He'll sneak down the inside of TJ Taff. It's a horror start for the pole sitter. Not what he would have wanted. And now Chad Lehman is looking to make inroads on Taff as well. Brilliant start for Adam Holmes. Way in front, looking to run away with this one very, very early on. TJ Taff side by side with Chad Lehman. He's dropped another position as well. It's a horror start for TJ Taff. Jack McLaughlin is ahead as well, and a black and white flag has been shown to Jamie Mulvey. A bit of a kerfuffle on the timing screen if you're looking at that, but it is Adam Holmes in the lead of this one, and Aaron Murphy in second. And then it is Jack McLaughlin and TJ Taff. Fantastic race start for Adam Holmes, pulling off a very impressive move in the first sector, and now he is comfortably in the lead of this one. Good start for Ben McCloughery as well. He's already up with the front runners and near TJ Taff, which is exactly where he wanted to be. Aaron Murphy in second, Jack McLaughlin in third. Then it is TJ Taff, Ben McCloughery, Joel Murphy, Chad Lehman, Ty Buckley. Then it is Michaela Hart, Jamie English, Charlie Gardner, Eric Gilson, Zach Burke, James Nolan, Charlie Cosgrove. Rounding out your top 15. Holmes slowly being clawed in a little bit. As there is one of the OHR guys dropping down the order. I think it could be Aaron Murphy, who's fallen down to fourth, because that is Jack McLaughlin and TJ Taft second and third. They were third and fourth last trip round. So we will see. It's still Adam Holmes in the lead of this one, and it is Aaron Murphy who's fallen to fourth place here, losing 2 spots on that last lap. TJ Taft looking to attack Jack McLaughlin, and it was a slow start for TJ, but he's up to speed now, lapping at his regular pace from earlier on this morning. Tyke Buckley, fastest lap of the race so far, 51.7. Adam Holmes, second in the first heat today, and then fifth in the second heat this afternoon, but leading here in the Miami X30 Juniors. 6 minutes and 35 seconds, plus a lap to go as they round through the final corner. And it is still as they run. TJ Taft up to pace now, fastest lap of the race in third. And he's got to start making some moves if he wants to try and win this one. It'd be a brilliant win for Taft if he could take it, and really would mean a lot to him. But it's hard work from here. It's an uphill battle. Chad Lehman lost 2 spots in the last lap. He's down to 9th behind Michaela Hart and Tyke Buckley. Now, gap visibly closing. It was 1 second last time round between Holmes and McLaughlin. What's it this time round? 7 tenths. Fastest lap of the race for Jack McLaughlin. Responds to that quick pace from Taft. Taft keeps with him, only a tenth of a second behind, and they're both closing in on the race leader. There's still another turn for the Bucks going to come here. Just over half the race remaining. Now definitely closer between Adam Holmes and Jack McLaughlin. And McLaughlin performed well so far today. Didn't quite get the heat win, but looking for one here. TJ Taft, not quite close enough to McLaughlin, but they're both closing in at a rate of knots. It was the fastest lap of the race once again for Jack McLaughlin last time round. Joel Murphy gets past his fellow namesake Aaron Murphy, and he is up into 4th spot. Chad Lehman regaining some lost ground, gets back past Michaela Hart. That's for 8th spot. Four minutes and 10 seconds plus a lap to go here in this one, and it's still Adam Holmes leading in the X30s. TJ Taft right close now to Jack McLaughlin, and is it now time to shine for TJ Taft? Is he able to work a move in towards turn number 1? Can't quite get it done. What about turn number 2? Opts for the outside, breaks early, looks for the up and under, but Jack McLaughlin holds his line beautifully through there. Taft just clipping that inside curve through 4. Not something we're seeing a lot of the other drivers do, but it seems to work for TJ. He's now trying the move on McLaughlin in front. It's a poor lap last lap for Tyke Buckley. He's down to 12th, lost 6 spots on the last lap, so all his progress, unfortunately, comes undone. Now, race leader's been clawed in. Adam Holmes, Jack McLaughlin clawing right in on him, as is TJ Taft. It's going to be a three-way fight in the final 3 minutes. The Miami X30s through the final corner now. Gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Joel Murphy, fastest lap of the race. Can he make it a 4-way scrap? We'll wait and see. It's nervy stuff. Here at the X30s. Michaela Hart losing some spots as well. She's now down to 12th position. Not ideal for Michaela. Back behind Tyke Buckley, who she did just get in front of on the very last lap. 2 minutes and 30 to go. Adam Holmes still persevering at the front of this race. Not buckling under the pressure just yet. When does McLaughlin launch his attack? He's got to be careful because any poor attack, any mistake, and TJ Taff will swipe and take his position. Down towards the first corner once again. Holmes, McLaughlin, Taff, as they have been since the very start of this race. And now here comes Jack McLaughlin. He's pulled the trigger. He's got it done. What a move from McLaughlin down the inside. Now it's TJ Taff's turn. Can he follow his firing partner through in this one? McLaughlin has the race lead. He's had cracking pace all day. Taff knows if he wants to keep with McLaughlin, he's got to get this move done now. They're not quite side by side as they head up the hill and down once again towards the paddock building. Jack McLaughlin in the race lead. Adam Holmes in second, TJ Taff in third. Welcome Joel Murphy to the fight. He's going to have something to say in these last few laps. 1 minute and 25 seconds plus 1 lap to go. Jack McLaughlin leads by 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Adam Holmes in second. It's now or never for Taff. He's got to get this done if he wants a chance of the race win. And down the inside goes TJ Taff. Beautiful move. Cutthroat by TJ. Excellent, excellent stuff. Now we have a fight as the yellow flags do come out. There's someone gone off. That is just where we're heading through now. Downhill, turn number 7. They're not halting the race anyway, so we're all good to the end. Jack McLaughlin has an excellent gap to work with here. And he'll have 2 more laps to drive this one home. TJ Taff, driving on pure passion at this point, needs to pull off something here. Something close to a miracle if he wants to try and beat Jack McLaughlin. Adam Holmes under severe pressure from Joel Murphy behind now. Might even fall off the podium if he's not careful. The late race pace has not been there for Adam Holmes. McLaughlin is driving excellently. Every apex is hit. Easy on the power. Kart looks stable. Exactly what he needs to do. TJ Taff, on the other hand, is just chucking it about Whiteriver, but that's what he has to do if he wants to try and win. He was 0.2 of a second slower than McLaughlin on the last lap, but that is because he was making that overtake. He needs to gain almost a sec. He needs to be a second a lap quicker almost than McLaughlin. And we'll have 1 more to go. It was a 6th and an 8th in the heat for Jack McLaughlin. But this really has been impressive. For the final corner, 1 to go. Applause from the balcony of Whiteriver for McLaughlin and Taff. They've put on a show here. Is there one more twist in the tail? Dark clouds looming, but it's not going to rain. It's only going to be a mistake that will hamper McLaughlin's day for now. Joel Murphy is ahead of Adam Holmes. Holmes has fallen to 4th. Getting that move done on Adam Holmes a lap earlier than Taff is what's going to win Jack McLaughlin this race. And for the final couple of corners now, TJ Taff threw absolutely everything at him. McLaughlin didn't have the greatest heats of all time, but he's not really going to care. For the final 2 corners now, Taff giving it absolutely everything, but Jack McLaughlin comes round the final corner to win in Whiteriver. Absolute excellent race in the X30 Juniors, and that is a popular victory here at the circuit. TJ Taff in second, Joel Murphy fastest lap of the last lap in third, Adam Holmes in 4th, Aaron Murphy then in 5th ahead of Chad Lehman in 6th, Jamie English in 7th, Ben McCloughery in 8th, Charlie Gardner comes home in 9th ahead of Michaela Hart in 10th, Eric Gilson in 11th, Zach Burke in 12th, then it was James Nolan, Charlie Cosgrove, Ray Healy ahead of Conor O'Grady, Danny Carroll, Tyke Buckley, then Conley, and unfortunately no running for Jamie Mulvey. Perseverance from McLaughlin wins the X30s. Next up we have our T4 seniors. So now it's time for our T4 seniors. And on pole position for this one, Josh Allen with Aaron Coogan alongside. Then it is the two rivals, Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller. Peter Brett, Conor O'Neill, Luke Kavanagh, Max O'Neill. Then it is Warren Russell, Dylan Johnson, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Tyler Burton, Keith Burke, Adam Perry, Dermot Toomey, Robert Butler, Adam Butler, Joe Beckfold. Then it is Brian Wilson, Elijah Mooney, Niall Leahy, Michael Gallagher, Pavlo Kishkan. Then it is Evan Darcy, Ollie Clark, Ben McNulty, Isabel McDermott. Spots of rain emerging over Whiteriver once again. Dare I say, all these guys are back on slicks. This could be a good one. Very slow to the tram lines. All the grid's been given a bit of a telling off the standard of the starts, and as we come towards it, Josh Allen now puts the foot to the floor and we go racing here. Aaron Coogan looking for it round the outside. Outside has been a good line here so far today, but it is Josh Allen who leads in towards the first corner. Definitely some droplets of rain. This could get slippy for our T4 seniors. And it's all bumping and banging. Luke Palmer, Ewan Miller. I believe Luke Palmer is up to second place now, just behind Josh Allen. Luke Palmer, of course, winner in race number 1. Only got 5th in race 2. We gave him a good grid slot for this race. Yes, that is Luke Palmer in second position with the plain white helmet. And as they head up the hill once again, it is Josh Allen in the lead of this race. Rounding past the start-finish straight, Josh Allen in the lead, as we said. Then it is Luke Palmer, Aaron Coogan, Peter Brett, Ewan Miller, Luke Kavanagh, Conor O'Neill, Max O'Neill, Warren Russell. Then it is Jack Mackenzie Smith. Down the inside goes Aaron Coogan on Luke Palmer. Excellent overtake for Aaron Coogan. He's up to second position now and will want to challenge race leader Josh Allen as Coogan looks to try and win a second consecutive round. Here are the T4 seniors. Now heading up the hill, Coogan challenging Allen in towards turn number 14. Hops over the curb. And is right behind Josh Allen now. Aaron Coogan looking ferociously quick here after getting past Luke Palmer. Down the main straight they go, in towards the first corner. And now down the inside goes Aaron Coogan. It's the race leading pass. He's up, he's ahead, and Josh Allen falls down to second. Luke Palmer looking to get involved as well as they keep ducking and diving through here. Yellow flags. Oh, it's a car park. It is a car park at turn 2. The rain is falling. It's very slippy. And there is 2 carts off. I see one of the Brereton's gone off. There's 3, 4, 5 all gone off. 6 now. 7 gone off just in the first sector alone. It's a downpour. Someone's turned on a shower over Whiteriver. And a lot struggling to get going. These guys all on slick tyres, of course. And Luke Palmer's gone off from second, and into the wall goes Luke Palmer from second position here in the T4 seniors. He's looking to pick himself out of it and keep going. He's not the only one, and someone almost cutting the entire circuit, taking the shorter version. It is very slippy. This one may have to be stopped. They're all on slick tyres. And it is a case of skill. Aaron Coogan is at Bambino pace now, heading for the final. Slower than Bambino pace. He's walking the circuit almost at this point. It is Coogan, then Josh Allen. Conor O'Neill is up to second. 4 positions gained since the rain has started for Conor O'Neill. This is drama at its highest, and I tell you what, the stewards have no plan at stopping it. We're still going, green flags waving. Someone's doing the moonwalk in towards the final couple of corners. But he gets back pointing the right direction. Just need to keep an eye on our race leader, Coogan, who slides, and Josh Allen slides as well. Almost slides down the inside of Aaron Coogan. As there's certainly not going to be fast as laps put in, and someone has spun round, needs to be careful of the rejoin. There's contact being made. They're all sliding off, and a couple clipping the barriers. But we are still racing here. 6 minutes plus a lap to go in the T4 Seniors version of Bambi on Ice. There's 1, 2, 3 off once again. And Aaron Coogan is just coasting around in the lead of this one. Josh Allen second, still Conor O'Neill in third, as they're all taking some very interesting racing lines to just avoid the puddles and the slippage on the inside of the corners. Coogan extends his race lead, but if this was the dry, we'd be saying Coogan has it in his back pocket. This is a very different situation, and this one is not over. Yellow flags now at the back part of the circuit. Someone has gone off, and I believe it was Peter Brett, who's losing a lot of positions. There is someone in the gravel now and just trying to pick themselves out of it. Dangerous position to find themselves in as we have a spinner at turn number 1 once again, just beside the IAMI sponsorship. And I tell you what, you've got to be like a tennis referee watching this one, just darting the eyes around the circuit to see who's making mistakes. Tyler Brereton side by side with Robert Butler for one of the minor placings. But really, no one at full speed. The rain quite heavy now, and definitely affecting the slick runners. Aaron Coogan still in the race lead. Counter steering to the 9s through every corner. But he's doing his job. 4 minutes plus a lap to go. Going to be the longest 4 minutes and a lap of his life. There is a battle for second, and Conor O'Neill, bravely enough, is trying an overtake here on Josh Allen in second position. And Conor O'Neill has got through. Great move by Conor O'Neill. Oh no, here we go. Commentators cursing. O'Neill flicks it round. He was just on the inside line, and you can't really go too wide through the downhill turn 2 and 3 at Whiteriver when it starts to rain. And Conor O'Neill unfortunately losing out there. Josh Allen back up to second place. The event is now officially declared wet, which is fantastic, other than the fact we have 25 drivers on slick tyres. And oh no, we have a big crash and there's big damage for someone. And oh, pulled straight back onto the racing line. There's now a blockage. And there is carts going off everywhere. Not too sure who it was, but someone has a lot of bent bodywork on the front of their Tillotson. It's the rain, I think, finally calming down, but track still very, very slippy. 3 minutes to go. Plus a lap. Aaron Coogan still in the race lead, doing absolutely everything to precision. It's all quite perfect. Josh Allen in second. Brian Wilson up to third, ahead of Ewan Miller and Cathal O'Neill. It is then Ewan Miller in fourth, Max O'Neill in fifth, then Keith Burke. Then it is Paolo Kishkan, Peter Brett, Warren Russell, Joe Bechtold. Then it is Dermot Toomey in 11th. And oh, we've someone spun once again at turn number 5 in quite a bad position. They're looking to get themselves back going. That's not a great place to find yourself. A lot of yellow flags waving. Tyler Brereton holding on for dear life through turn number 2 and 3. Race leader Aaron Coogan coming through the final corner now. Minute and 40 plus a lap. Coogan has not made one error so far. This final is certainly going to shuffle up the standings. Brian Wilson is up to second spot now. Excellent stuff from Brian Wilson so far. Finished on the podium last time out in Kiltorcan, and doing a stellar job here once again. Still mad to see some going side by side. One of the Orrin Henry Racing boys side by side with another as they dice their way down the hill. It could be Keith Burke. Two more to go for Aaron Coogan as he crosses the start-finish line once again, and he's down towards the first corner. The mistakes have dried up. The track hasn't. But there is a move down the inside by Keith Burke. Lovely send by Burke. He's looking for 5th position and he's got it over. That is Peter Brett, who he's battling with. Max O'Neill as well. He's got it over O'Neill. And now down the inside he goes. On Peter Brett does Keith Burke, but not able to get it done. Brett stays in front. One to go for Aaron Coogan. Looking for his 2nd consecutive victory in the championship. Tyler Brereton, who has seemed to be battling the whole way through this race, as there was a big send down the inside from Ben McNulty behind. And in what has been one of the messier T4 senior races of all time, Aaron Coogan kept it composed. He kept it perfect and crystal clean, and now he will see himself win the final of the Tillotson T4 seniors here at Whiteriver. Celebration across the line, and even still he looks composed. Great win for Aaron Coogan, and what a great drive from Brian Wilson to come home in 3rd. He was just pipped by Josh Allen on the last lap. Ewan Miller will come home in 4th. Peter Brett will come home in 5th position ahead of Keith Burke in 6th. Then it's Max O'Neill in 7th ahead of Pavlo Kishkan. Conor O'Neill then fell all the way to 9th after that spin. Joe Bechtold and Luke Palmer, Warren Russell, Dermot Toomey. Then it's Conor O'Neill, actually fell to 13th even further. Dylan Johnson, Ollie Clark, Robert Butler, Adam Perry, Tyler Brereton, Adam Butler, Elijah Mooney, Ben McNulty, Jack Mackenzie-Smith, Michael Gallagher, Niall Leahy, and unfortunately not a full race completed for Isabel McDermott or Luke Kavanagh. What a messy race that was. And it'll be another interesting one because I see some senior 1/6/8 on slicks and some on wets. They're coming up next. So time for our T4 Senior 168s. And unsurprisingly, it is Colin Manelli who was on pole position. Kyle Kavanagh in second. Then there's Brendan Bleeks in third. Niall Herson in fourth. Ryan Herson in fifth. Then it is Scott Garvey, Mickey Brennan, Mark Gorman, Thomas Croke, Eddie Roach, Peter McBride, and Niall Flynn. Here we go then, for the final corner. Manelli looking for the clean sweep. Quali, race 1, race 2, final. Gonna be difficult with Kavanagh alongside him. And now they accelerate towards turn number 1. Good start for Manelli, good start Kavanagh. In towards the first corner, Kyle Kavanagh's in the race lead. Excellent start for Kyle. And good start for Niall Herson as well in the red jumpsuit. You can see him rounding through turn number 1 and 2 now. Kyle Kavanagh though has the race lead. Colin Manelli looking to fight back. And Kavanagh loses the race lead just after taking it. Excellent battling on this first lap. The sun is back out. Track is certainly drier. Not sure if they all opted for the slicks in the end, but there was certainly some on the wets come race start. Still battling side by side for some of the minor places. You can see one of the Hersons involved in it. And Colin Manelli as well. Diving down the inside, running for the final corner to complete the first lap here of Whiteriver. And in your race lead is number 501 of Niall Herson, Kyle Kavanagh second, then it is Brendan Bleeks, Ryan Herson, Eddie Roach and Colin Manelli, all the way down to 6th position. Looking for the sweep, as we said. Not going to do so as it stands. He's down in 6th spot and has work to do. White helmet, red suit for Colin Manelli, and right in the middle of the pack, the other red suit, Niall Herson, storming away at the front of this one. Multi-second lead already. Niall Herson pushing away as Kyle Kavanagh has been overtaken by Brendan Bleeks, but Bleeks is the outside for the next right-hander. Kavanagh will keep the place, and Brendan Bleeks has been taken by Ryan Herson. Herson dives down the inside. Now Herson looking for second place here. Oh, sorry, Eddie Roach, apologies, not Ryan Herson. Eddie Roach getting 3 spots on that lap, looking for a 4th spot over all this race. Not able to get it is Eddie Roach, and he'll stay behind, or is he? Oh, he's got it for the second half of the corner, dives down the inside in towards turn number 4, and Eddie Roach is ahead and into 2nd place. This has been a fabulous race for Eddie Roach so far, who got 7th in qualifying, wasn't even in the top 10 in race number 1. Still Niall Herson dominant at the front. And there's a whole gaggle of cars fighting down near the back. It is Herson who is being clawed in by Eddie Roach here. And Eddie Roach's good pace makes me think they might be running 2 different types of tyres. Yep, one on the slicks, one on the wets by the look of it, but that is just from the naked eye. And look at Eddie Roach, the amount of grip he has through turn number 1. Is he going to try it on the outside? No, he won't. He'll stay behind for the time being. Ryan Herson is up there as well, and there goes Eddie Roach. Sweeps round the outside of the race leader. Eddie Roach is in the lead of the T4 Senior 168s. And to be honest, before the race started, I don't think anyone expected that to happen within the first 4 minutes. Fabulous stuff from Eddie Roach to take the race lead in that number 505. Now Eddie Roach, significant lead as well. Niall Herson coming under pressure from Ryan Herson. And Ryan Herson is going to look to try and overtake Niall here, down into the first corner, and he's ahead. Niall Herson is fading, and he's falling back down the order. Was leading significantly at the front. Now he's down to third spot. Disappointing for Niall Herson. Black and white flag shown for 5-1-7. That is Peter McBride, who's been given a black and white flag by the stewards. Look at the lead Eddie Roach has here. Miles out in front of this one. Fastest over one lap by the tune of 2 seconds. Another fastest lap that time round for Eddie Roach. Ryan Herson, I imagine, is on the same tyres as Roach, because he was only a second off. Everyone else about 3 seconds off. Niall Herson actually one of the slowest in the field on that occasion. Brendan Bleak's the only one slower with a 1:04.2. Now Niall Herson, this is under pressure from Colin Manelli in towards turn number 9. Eddie Roach with a fantastic lead at the front of this. And now Manelli and Niall Herson. Colin Manelli looking for the move. Herson's picked up the pace a little bit here. Colin Manelli going to try and fly past. And now he's going to try down the inside. Herson dead searing Manelli as he passes. But I think it's an inevitable conclusion. And that is that Colin Manelli is ahead, or is he? No, actually Herson just about holds on. Colin Manelli still behind him, the pace setter of today so far, but it's been such a mixed and messed up day here at Whiteriver in terms of the weather conditions and on-track action. They really don't know who is going to be the favourite. Still Niall Herson in front of Colin Manelli. And now Manelli tries one down the inside, not able to get past Herson. Herson perseveres for a full lap. And now Kyle Kavanagh is looking to get involved here and looking to try and get past Colin Manelli. Two minutes plus a lap to go. Eddie Roach in the lead by over 6 seconds. Second place, Ryan Herson. Third place, Niall Herson. I don't really think anyone expected that podium coming into this race, especially if you looked at the stats and statistics. But the good thing is, stats and statistics don't drive races. Drivers do. That's what's happening. Eddie Roach is performing excellently. Colin Manelli still not able to get past Niall Herson. Still no movement around the field. Peter McBride has pulled off. He'll play no further part. be 2 more laps in this one for Eddie Roach, before he can crown himself winner in the senior 1/6/8. Colin Manelli must be a little bit sick of seeing Niall Hurson's rear bumper. He's been stuck behind that for what feels like an age. And Eddie Roach rounds up the hill for the second final time. There'll be 1 more lap after this. Last lap board is at the ready for race leader Eddie Roach, who's still pumping in fastest laps. Is this going to be another one across the start-finish line? No, it isn't. Not that he'll be too disappointed with that, will Eddie Roach. Still Niall Hurson leading Colin Manelli. That's checkered flag at the ready for Eddie Roach. It was almost a stratosphere in front of the entire field here, given how close it's been throughout this 1/6/8 field. But Eddie Roach, what a performance. What a decision to play this strategy, and what a fantastic win. Eddie Roach comes round the final corner to win the Tillotson T4 Senior 1/6/8. And a fabulous win for him. Ryan Hurson will come home in second, with Niall Hurson coming home in third. Dull Hurson podium. Colin Manelli, despite being the pace setter today, not able to come home in fourth, and it'll be Kyle Kavanagh, Scott Garvey, Niall O'Flynn, Mikey Brennan, Mark Gorman, Brendan Bleeks, Thomas Croke, and unfortunately a non-finish for Peter McBride. 1 more race to go, folks, and it is the X30 Seniors. Time for the final race of the day, the IAMI X30 Seniors. And on pole for this is Heat 1 winner and pole sitter for the 2 heats, Andre Davidge. Second, Jack Buckley. Third, John Norris. Fourth, Sean Hogan. Fifth, Jack Dillon. Sixth, Luke Agnew. Evan Johnston lines up in 7th. Daniel Kavanagh in 8th. Then Nazim Carey in 9th ahead of Shane O'Neill. Then we have Martin Foley, Clara O'Regan. And finally, rounding out the order, Jack McGlinchey. Hopefully an entertaining one to round out today's action. Should be a good one between Buckley and Davidge. They had a good battle today. John Norris involved in that fight as well, of course. We can't exclude him from that list. So keep an eye on these two. This should be a good one. 10 minutes plus a lap to see us out here in Whiteriver. And it is a good race start for Andre Davidge, miles in front. That's, in a million years, is going to be waved off. Arguably the worst one of the day so far. And we'll go again for the IAMI X30 Seniors. Shall we try that one again then? It is still Andre Davidge and Jack Buckley on the front row. Speed needs to be kept up by that outside line as they enter the tram tracks. Hopefully we can get a clean start for the final race here finally. Nope, this one is going to go again. Oh, lads. It's 10 to 6. I think they know how to do a race start by now. Unfortunately, we will have to go again. It's another wave around. That one fairly subpar, similar to the first. Now, we said this earlier, it worked once, it worked once, it failed once. Is third time the charm for both saying that for race starts on the third attempt and both this third attempt of the race start. So, Davidge, Buckley, side by side, down towards the first corner. This is a bit better. Are they going to let this one go? Yes, they are. We're away. And Andre Davidge leads into the first corner. Jack Buckley trying it the long way around the outside, but that's a no-go. Third place man John Norris dives it down the inside, but that's a no-go as well. So still Davidge, Buckley, Norris, your top three, as it has been practically all afternoon so far. Fourth spot Sean Hogan. Jack Dillon still in fifth spot. They head up the hill for the double right-handers for the first time. Still Andre Davidge in the race lead. Jack Buckley hounds him down. So it is Davidge, Buckley, Norris, Dillon, Agnew, Hogan, Kavanagh, Johnston, Carey, O'Neill, O'Regan, Foley, McGlinchey. Andre Davidge leading by 3.5 tenths of a second over Jack Buckley. Just under 9 minutes plus a lap to go. We're under the 54-second mark, 53.3 the first lap for Andre Davidge, but obviously that will speed up as they get back up to full racing speed. Daviger and Buckley pulling away from the rest of the pack. And it seems like it's going to be a 2-horse race out front. Could be a 1-horse race even. But the way Daviger seems to be lapping, he is up for this one and now leads by 0.6 of a second. Andre Daviger still comfortably in the race lead, and we're very spaced out in the X30s considering what we've had in some of these smaller kart classes. And that is what you expect from these senior lads. Martin Foley has picked himself up from last spot and is up to 11th position here. Fastest lap of the race for Andre Daviger, now a 0.7 of a second gap between himself and Jack Buckley. Evan Johnston now ahead of Daniel Kavanagh. Still Daviger extending the lead. Oh no, not sorry. Jack Buckley fastest lap on that occasion. So he's now ahead. Or sorry, he's not ahead. He's still ahead of John Norris, extending the gap from John Norris, closing in on Andre Daviger. Luke Agnew and Sean Hogan both gaining spots. Jack Dillon down 2. So Agnew now up to 4th. Hogan up to 5th. That gap definitely closing between the front two. We're under the 6-minute mark here. Still over halfway to go in this race. Well over halfway to go in this race. So this is trending nicely for Jack Buckley. Trending very nicely indeed for Jack Buckley. Good first couple of corners. Closing in on Daviger. John Norris starting to catch the front two. Norris Carey Motorsport. And John Norris looking to make this a 3-horse race at the front. Fastest lap of the race though, Andre Daviger on the last lap. But it's by mere hundredths, not even thousands or tenths. It's by mere thousands, sorry, not even hundreds or tenths. Side by side, Emer Carey, Shane O'Neill battling back there, as well as Daniel Kavanagh. He's involved in that fight, as is Martin Foley. So there's a right old tussle going on still for 8th, all the way down, all those places, all the way down to 12th. 12 runners, of course, in this Miami X30 field. Miami X30 senior field, I should say. We had our juniors, of course, earlier. What a great race that was. Gap still saying the same between Derbyshire and Buckley, as we are under the 3-minute and 30-second mark in our final race here at round 4 of the MIT4 and IAMI Championships out Whiteriver. Not long left now in this one for Buckley to make his move. They are pulling away from John Norris now, so it once again is a 2-horse race, but it's just very consistent running from both Derbyshire and Buckley. You'd need one of them to make a mistake, but they haven't so far. This has been a good lap from Buckley. He is closer as they head through the final corner, or certainly to the naked eye seems closer. Is he? He is. Only by a minuscule margin, not something that the naked eye would see, but he is in theory closer. Derbyshire losing a few tenths in the final sector to Jack Buckley, but really is doing a stellar job so far. 1 minute and 35 seconds plus 1 lap to go of not just the race, of round 4. All eyes turned to the X30s. No one prepping karts anymore. It is all eyes on this battle between Andre Derbyshire and Jack Buckley for the lead of this one. There'll be 2 more laps in this. 2 more laps for Buckley to try and gain something. On the last lap, Martin Foley got past Emer Carey. That's for 10th spot. As Buckley, he is gaining. He is gaining slowly. Is it just late? Is it just too late for Jack Buckley? It seems to be. Good run through the sweeper for Jack Buckley. Now heading up the hill. He's close. He's very close to Derbyshire, and he hasn't hit his good sector of the track yet, Jack Buckley. Is it going to be a last lap thriller for the X30s? Could well be. Buckley nice and close. Brakes, look out, ladies, braking, skidding the car through. He's on the tail of Derbyshire here. This could be a fight. There's an overtaking opportunity here, and Jack Buckley runs it around the outside. Derbyshire defends. Jack Buckley has put in some effort to get himself in this position into turn 1. Buckley trying it down the inside on Andre Derbyshire, and it is a last lap thriller to see out the day here in round 4. Good run from Derbyshire through that section. Is Buckley's chance gone? Oh, it's a problem for Andre Derbyshire. Jack Buckley's through on the last lap. I don't believe it. What a moment in the IAMI X30 Seniors. Jack Buckley's thrown everything at Andre Derbyshire, and he's now just got ahead. I'm not sure, was it a problem, a misfire or something for Derbyshire, but heartbroken he will be. Jack Buckley feels he's got away with one here. Up the hill he goes, and rounding into the final corners. Is Derbyshire going to have a late lunge? I don't think he will. Jack Buckley rounds the final corner to win in the IAMI X30 Seniors. What a way to end the day in Whiteriver, and an excellent effort from Jack Buckley, sealed with a fastest lap. Another popular winner, and a fabulous win for Jack Buckley. Second, Andre Derbyshire. Third, John Norris. Fourth is Luke Agnew. Sean Hogan in 5th. Jack Dillon then in 6th, with Evan Johnston coming home in 7th. Then it was Daniel Kavanagh in 8th, ahead of Shane O'Neill in 9th, and Martin Foley in 10th position. Emer Carey comes home in 11th, and unfortunately, no, Clara O'Regan does come home in 12th spot. Thought we lost one through there. One of the few races that has seen the full grid to completion. But that is the end of the action here in Whiteriver, folks, for round 4 of the MI, IAMI and T4 championships. It's been a pleasure to bring the coverage to you at home, or if you are at the track here today, and if you are at the track, a big safe home. Make sure to subscribe to Vantage Point Video if you're watching on YouTube, as well as checking out the future rounds. If you can, get yourself here. My name's been Evan Dalton. It's an absolute pleasure to join you today. Stay safe, stay well, and slán go fóill.